I'd like to pass things over to Minister Sarkardia.
Oh, well, the Premier was speaking, but again, it took 5 fucking minutes to get online for some reason. Why? It's ADSL, it's always fucking on. That's why I use it. That's how I know you're in like that. It's not a secret. You're a script kiddie.
Our government, in partnership with our federal partners, has taken the necessary steps to protect public health, support our families, and safeguard our economy, such as last week's Ontario Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program. I'm always encouraged with how small businesses are
the commercial rent assistance program
challenge and
hold on,
proposing ways
you just said
to
that.
work together so we can end COVID-19 and recover faster. From hearing from those on the front lines in health and elsewhere on how simple changes could help them do their job better, and for businesses who tell us what they need to do to retool their operations or continue to operate in despite these challenges. This is why we are launching a new regulatory website portal called COVID-19, Tackling the Barriers. Through this portal, we want to make clear the hurdles standing in the way of the most effective and efficient response to COVID-19. Particularly, we are looking for temporary rule or regulation changes that would make it easier to assist our healthcare system in meeting emergency needs. Help businesses retool operations to produce health-related products and supplies. And help businesses operate in new ways in the face of unexpected challenges.
Like, what the fuck? Like, it's just one goddamn thing after another.
Prioritize the most pressing concerns and determine where temporary changes to regulations, process, and requirements make the most sense. Feedback
you named your shit
staff,
crap on,
business owners, and
but I'm the
others
dumb
about their
one.
challenges with processes, rules, and regulations.
Thank you.
Has already helped our government tackle some very pressing concerns.
I'm going to take those another 24 hours
enabling trucks to deliver 24/7 to keep food and other necessary supplies on store shelves.
Fucking idiots.
Improving protection for seniors in retirement homes by allowing for more flexibility to address staffing needs. Permitting after-hour construction for critical infrastructure. Supporting the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario, who have allowed for the temporary certification of qualifying physicians. And permitting restaurants with a liquor license to include alcohol along with a takeout or delivery food order. With the creativity and innovation of Ontarians and a government eager to hear from the front lines, I know this new web
security
portal
in
will
a bar,
help us
you
tear
must
down
have the smart
any
card.
roadblocks standing in the way
toilets
of
in
the
a
most
bar,
effective response to this crisis. Thank you.
But not if you work for Foodora.
We'll go to the phone line for questions. One question, one follow-up, please. First question.
First question comes from Matt Zimmer from CBC.
I was almost at the door to go buy some sardines. I'm not even fucking joking.
The Quebec government announced yesterday a timeline for reopening schools, and it seems like Premier Legault is willing to take more risks and to lift restrictions faster.
Oh, well, look at his province.
What do you think of the approach to Quebec?
Well, that's going to be up to Premier Legault. We're taking the advice of our chief medical officer and our health table and our health experts.
That's a different unit, stupid. That's a different division. That's not us.
That's really what it comes down to.
We're 15, they're 17.
I'm not going
sometimes
to put our children in the classroom, crowded classroom. I'm just not going to do it. We're going to protect our children at all costs. And we'll make that decision by the end of the month as we come forward. But no, I wouldn't do that here in Ontario.
And so far, the federal government is leaving each province to figure out what's the timeline for reopening businesses and restart the economy. Do you believe there should be a national approach to relaunch the economy?
Well, we had that conversation with the premiers the other day. I'll be speaking to the Prime Minister today, and all regions are different. BC is a little ahead of us, as well as maybe the other areas, Saskatchewan, but we're a whole different area here in Ontario. We have a much larger population, 14.5 million people, compared to provinces that have 2 million people. So it's a whole different ballgame here. Our number one priority is going to protect the health and the well-being of the people of Ontario. We'll be able to get to the economy as soon as possible once we see the numbers decrease.
Next question.
If I can be your province,
Next question
Nature
comes
would
from
kill me.
Haley
If you
Cooper
get in my
from
province,
Top
nature
10
would kill you.
Please
So
go
we
ahead.
don't fuck around with that.
Hi, Premier. In the past, banks and oil companies, they got bailouts because they found themselves in tough positions, often of their own doing. And we've been speaking with restaurant owners wanting to know where their bailout is. They say they're the victim of something that's completely out of their control, and they don't even know if they're going to last another 2 months. They want a bailout. They say the wage subsidy, the rent relief plans, and the loans are doing absolutely nothing. And if a bailout is not coming, they want a detailed explanation as to why, and the government, to be honest, this plan is actually for them to go bankrupt. So,
that hurts.
discussions with the Prime Minister, has there
That's a
been
cute chest
any
symbol. That's
talk
got it.
of a bailout for restaurants?
Well, I think
I've seen
overall,
my
when
X-rays
you're looking at
before. I
restaurants,
know
first of all,
what
my
I'm
heart
talking
breaks for the restaurant owners. They employ hundreds of thousands, if not probably close to 1 million people, and I understand they're struggling. What we did do
I would
is
have said it
we
the same
gave them the opportunity to take out food,
We
deliver
have 600,000 truck
alcohol.
drivers, but
We
a
put $10
million
billion in deferrals
some
towards
working in
all
trucking,
businesses,
like shit like that. Like
opposed to
the
one sector.
numbers are like
and we're going to continue on the rent. It was over $900 million. If you want to call that a certain bailout as well, that's a tremendous amount of money. And again, trying to keep the facilities that they're renting open. That's the number one priority. I will mention it to the Prime Minister about the restaurants, and I'll do anything I can to help people. But we only have certain capacity, financial capacity here at the province. We could go on forever on lists, but again, I'll do everything I can to help out the restaurateurs and that whole
he's
sector.
not a francophone at all.
And my follow-up question
What I could
regarding
tell.
the
Maybe you know some of the
$4
words. I don't know. I'm just saying.
increase that was announced over the weekend. As security guards, let's say at banks or condos or hospitals and homeless shelters, etc., they're essential, and they want to know why they were not included in that pay increase.
Well, again, we focus on the 350,000 people that have direct contact with COVID patients. And as far as I'm concerned, those people, and I've said it from day one, I've said it many times.
The type that would become a security guard in this province.
This is just
pretty
a
tough
small
person,
token
generally
of our
speaking.
appreciation that we can show over
Since all the new
16 period,
regulations.
that they're able to earn an additional $3,000, I think is $560. And it's just showing our appreciation. We're so
Somebody didn't
grateful
travel halfway around the
for the
world
hard
to
work,
pick on homeless
the
people.
healthcare workers
Hey,
and
you bum, get out of here. You smell
other
like
people that are involved in taking care of COVID patients, going in there day after day after day, even though they're exhausted. Putting
Well, yeah, you
putting
pick
their
on the
lives
old
in
people. I got
jeopardy.
friends that I know are
And,
fucking criminals.
that's
Hey, I'll tell
that's a
somebody,
priority,
pick on these
for
old
us, the
people. You have to deal with your
350,000 frontline healthcare patients.
Yes, Your Honor, I did
Next
drop the
question.
one
Okay,
guy
I'm
because he's
sorry,
an asshole. But
healthcare
those
workers.
people there were picking on old people,
Next
and
question.
I saw them. Or
Next
somebody
question
told me,
comes from
or
Allison
whatever.
Jones
I
from
will
the
fucking
Canadian
snitch on you
Press.
for that
Please
shit.
go ahead.
Yes, I will. I don't think that's
Hi,
snitching.
Premier.
I think that's
And also,
On that,
don't pick on fucking old
small
people or
businesses,
kids.
you say you want to do more to help out small businesses. We know that there are some who don't qualify for the programs already announced, such as the commercial rent relief program. What more are you considering doing to help such small businesses? And would you consider suspending commercial evictions during this period, as you've done with residential?
well, as I've always said, Alison, everything's on the table. Any way we can support small businesses. They're the backbone of our economy. They're the backbone of this province, and millions of people are employed in small businesses. So everything's on the table. We continue to review that, and we're going to continue speaking to the federal government for assistance on that.
And on your reopening plan, a couple business groups yesterday, generally praised the various stages that you've laid out, but said that as businesses reopen, they want to see an adequate supply of PPE for employees. Given the challenges that Ontario has had in pretty dire straits up until recently, is that something that is going to be feasible for the province to guarantee an adequate supply of PPE for businesses as they reopen?
Well, again, we're working day in and day out to make sure that we source PPEs around the world, along with domestic supply. Domestic supply is gearing up, and some are actually manufacturing now after changing over their production lines. And I've had conversations, matter of fact, every single day. I have a procurement meeting, roughly around 10 o'clock, and we go through every single item, where it's coming from, what the supply is, what the forecast is.
Jesus Christ!
Pretty organized on that.
Adult, that's mine.
And the forecast does change. It's going to increase. We also had the conversation with one of the largest food companies the other day, and then a lot of the manufacturing companies this morning. I was on a conference call, and matter of fact, there was a couple companies that supply N95s that were on that call, and I emphasize we need you to open up a manufacturing facility here in Ontario, because if they don't open it up, other people will open it up, and we're going to make sure that we buy off Ontario companies moving forward. When it comes to PPE, we'll never rely on a foreign government again to be put in this position. Right now, we do have enough PPE for healthcare workers and other areas that are critical for PPE.
So these guys are good. Freestyle rap,
right now, we're going to have to look at continuing manufacturing here in Ontario, and that's what our key focus is on right now, to support the private sector as well.
Next question.
Next question comes from Randy Rath from CHTV.
Yes, you use this piece as a
Hi, Premier. Speaking of the 350,000 frontline healthcare workers, the province's radiation technologists and sonographers have sent you a letter saying that they weren't included in the pandemic pay fund, and asking to be included in that. Is that something that you're willing to look at?
We're always willing to look at everything. We're on that one, Randy, but there's so many people out there. I just want to make sure that we take care of the 350,000 frontline healthcare workers. I understand they're part of it, and we'll be reviewing that over the next few days.
Okay, thanks. As far as you plan to reopen the province, your roadmap, there seems to be two separate outbreaks of COVID in the province. One in the long-term care facilities, and one in the general public.
Yeah, there is. We're living on long-term care and other facilities with congregate living, and then there's the public domain.
Living. I like that word. I hate the
Everyone
concept.
keeps working hard. We're seeing results. Long-term care, we're working extremely hard at long-term care, putting resources in there. But really, our goal is to see a downward swing when it comes to the testing every single day. And if you noticed, so we had 3 good days, and then all of a sudden today it spiked up again. So we need consistency right across the board to see downward slope over the next couple of weeks.
Smart serve. Oh, mine's laminated, so don't fall apart. Yeah, we used to laminate ID cards and shit, so I read my shit to the laminator.
Next question comes from Mike Crawley from CBC News. Please go ahead.
What was that, Cat?
Yeah, hi, Premier. I just want to follow up slightly on what Randy just asked you about the percentage of people that are coming down with COVID-19 out in the community, according to Dr. Williams, is roughly 50 or 60%. So these are people contracting it outside of the high-risk settings, like long-term care or healthcare.
Why? Because there's spreaders. There's assholes standing around coughing and dirty looks every time you say raise your mask.
Even though there's all this physical distancing going on, that still so many people out in the community are contracting COVID-19.
Well, that's why we keep saying that we have to continue practicing social distancing, self-isolation. That's absolutely critical. I know our announcement, a lot of people thought we were going to be setting dates and that. But right now, we can't give an exact date because I don't know the exact date. And as soon as I find out, within a minute, you'll find out as well. But the Financial Accountability Office came out with a report today saying if we didn't act, and I always say, Mike, when I say we talk as a province, not as a government per se, but we as a province, since we acted so quickly, we saved thousands and thousands of lives. And that's why we have to be so careful about opening up the economy.
Oh, if you don't like the way we're doing things, hey, don't die and vote in the next election.
And then if I can follow up on another topic, this is actually from Minister Elliott. For Minister Elliott, I'm just wondering if in relation to the Financial Accountability
You're
Officer's
gonna go,
revelation
sure what he's
today
about to
about
do,
the
right?
number of elective surgeries, scheduled surgeries that have been postponed. What's it going to take for the province to be able to deal with that backlog? How difficult is it going to be given
this is
that there
technically
have always
municipal,
been these delays in elective surgery?
York region, region
Well, we're already
appeal,
starting to deal with
Durham
that,
region,
to
Halton
plan
region.
for the surgeries that can proceed that have been postponed.
Simcoe
Cardiac
County,
care and cancer care
and of
probably
course,
being at the top
Ontario.
of the list. I know that this has been very disturbing for many people who want to get on with their surgery. But again, we can't do it until we know that the peak has
Where are your best doctors?
plateaued and that we're coming. We see a trend to
Where's the NHL score
lesser
team
number of
guys on that
cases
one?
coming
Where's the
before
best
us.
doctors?
As the Premier indicated, we saw 3 days where we had a decreasing number of cases, but they increased by 101 cases today from 424 to 525. So we want to make sure that we're not going to have increasing pressure on our hospitals with COVID-19 cases before we can start opening up those surgeries. But it is one of the top issues that we're dealing with right now, because we know it is so important for so many people. We've heard from hospitals, we've heard from associations letting us know that they want to proceed with those cases. So that is among the first things that we're going to be considering as we look towards easing up
I feel like Mr.
the
Bain
economy.
right now.
But we do have to see that downward trend in cases first before we can do that.
Next question.
Next
Oh,
question comes
damn.
from Laura Stone from the Golden Mail. Please go ahead. Hi, Premier.
Goddamn eyelash.
You mentioned off the top, you'll be releasing some sort of labor guidelines later this week. I'm just hoping you can expand on that, on what kind of guidelines you'll be providing businesses and which sectors you'll prioritize in these guidelines.
Well, we're going to bring that out later this week, Laura, and if I could ask you, just stay tuned. I don't want to release it now.
I don't understand.
But
Those
over the next few
bastards can
days,
roll
we'll
up
be
in
putting out
behind your eye.
guidelines.
My fucking hair is evil. It'll fucking twist right through and leave my eye will be leaking and shit.
When we do open up, what needs to be done to make sure we have a safe working environment for all employees right across this province, and a consistent guideline.
Follow-up?
And just regarding your comments about Quebec at the beginning of the press conference, when you talk about why your plan didn't include schools at all, is that because we don't know how the virus impacts kids yet or how it spreads? Can you expand a bit more on your concern, particularly when it comes to children?
He's not going to gamble.
Children are the most important people in our society. We got to protect our children. Children can't protect themselves. They rely on us to make a decision.
I want to have 2 shots
no one
of
wants to
fucking
put our
scotch
children in harm's way. And I'm just not willing to chance it. Just not willing to chance it. They're, they're resilient, but still, let's wait until the end of May, and then we'll make that determination if we're going to continue on for a few weeks going back to school, or if we're just going to scrap the rest of the school year.
There it is, I think.
But again, that's going to be their choice in Quebec. That's not our choice.
Next question.
Next question comes from Travis Damraj from Global News. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Premier.
Hi, Travis.
You talked about the downward trend that you want to see in order to start rebooting.
By the way, that's
the
not
economy
fake.
and
These people know each other.
What have you been told about the threshold when it comes to number of cases, the daily increases, in order to initiate stage one? What has Dr. Williams and the medical experts told you?
Why don't I hand this over to the Minister of Health? Thank you.
I love the rain with it falls. I'm blessed.
Well, it's really not a number of cases per se. What we're looking at is a downward trend. So if we still keep seeing hundreds of increases in cases on a daily basis, that tells us that there's still a problem both in the community. We know there is in long-term care, but we need to see those numbers going down consistently. There may be blips in the system from time to time, but we definitely need, and Dr. Williams needs to see a downward trend, not just a coincidence from day to day. It has to be a trend going downward before he's going to feel comfortable about allowing or letting, making the recommendation.
All those 2-week to 4-week stages just went to
opening up
4
the economy
to
because
90 days.
we all want to make sure that Ontarians are going to be safe, and we need to
days
see that before we can open things up anymore.
14 days ain't long enough to be sure.
Okay, and I
It's
guess
not. We're gonna struggle it out. No, when we get rid of something, we sterilize it.
Can
Earth
you explain
policy.
the government's rationale in not taking over long-term care homes where there are outbreaks, and why don't you think this move is necessary?
Well, we discussed a number of options, but came to the conclusion that the path that we've taken is the best one for the people of Ontario. First, we asked the armed forces to come in to assist us, which they've done, and we're very grateful for that. They have gone into 5 long-term care homes now. And we also had the emergency order last week that allowed hospitals to send in some of their people into long-term care homes. A number of them had already been doing that voluntarily, but it just wasn't happening quickly enough to get the number of people staff-wise into long-term care homes that we needed. So that's why we proceeded with that order. And I know that a number of hospitals are already participating, and that is the quickest way to get experienced people in there, and that is already helping. We know that many long-term care homes are grateful for the assistance, and to have the staff there with the necessary personal protective equipment as well.
Last question.
Next question comes from Cynthia Milliken from City TV. Please go ahead.
What up, Cynthia? Listen.
Hi, Premier. How are you today?
Good, Cynthia. Good. How are you?
You referenced the FAO report, and it says 52,700 surgeries have been postponed due to COVID-19. I've learned that roughly 1,700 cancer surgeries have been postponed at this time.
You got to balance that.
Have you ever
Everything's
received a
fucked up.
report or anyone saying that there could be some collateral deaths as a result of these postponements?
Well, it's something close to both of our hearts, and you know, I've faced this in our family with my dad, my brother, and my mother. There's no one that wants to get this done more than I do, but I think the appropriate person to answer this would be the Minister of Health.
Well, any death that's happened as a result of COVID-19, whether directly or indirectly, is a tragedy. We feel for those families who have lost family members, whether it has been from cancer death, cardiac death, or a COVID-19 death. But these were decisions that we had to make. The decisions were made by medical personnel based on a pandemic plan that had been drawn up many years ago. And so we wanted to make sure that we protected as many people as possible.
Old men on this country.
There may be
old white man,
some
they probably maybe are, but
people who die because of cardiac or cancer deaths, but we also saved thousands of lives by moving as quickly as we did. So as tragic as it is, these decisions were made by the medical people involved with people's cases, and based on that pandemic plan.
And you've been listening to the Ontario
wait,
update
I
from
want to hear
Premier
about this
Doug
pandemic
Ford
plan.
and
What's
Health
World
Minister
War
Christine
II
Elliott just wrapping up their
Where's
comments there.
underground bunker,
You've been
Brad?
listening to
Oh, wait,
680
don't
News.
tell nobody.
It's now time for the 680 News Business Report. Let's check
Nothing
in
here
with
to say, Bertram. They just wanted me
Steve,
with
the
plans.
TSX
Nope,
continues to be the
no,
best
nothing,
performer in North America. It's higher for a third straight day, up by 161 points. 14,803. Now it is getting a lift from the industrial sector, upgrades and downgrades today for shares in CN Rail after the company reported earnings. The country's largest railway withdrew its profit forecast for the year. CN says blockades in February, along with the fallout from the pandemic in late March, depressed freight volumes across all commodities except for crude oil and grain in the first quarter. Shares in CN Rail up by 1.8% to 116.04. Gold is down $3, 17.20. But a very choppy session for oil today.
Less
right
than
now it's up
5,
by
more than
2
20.
cents to $12.80 a barrel. At one point, it was up by more than 5% after a report about an explosion of an oil tanker in Syria. The Canadian dollar is higher by 0.3 cents, 71.54 cents US. And on Wall Street, the Dow is trying for a fifth straight winning day. Could be the longest winning streak since January. Right now, it's higher by 66 points, although at one point, It jumped by almost 400. It was also in the red, so it's off the low for the day. The S&P is higher by 3 points, and the NASDAQ down by 54.
Shit.
I'm Chris McCusker. This is 680 News.
To the nurses and doctors who doubled their shifts. To those wiping down every surface and keeping us safe.
I got a car too, so I can drive to Raymond Reach somewhere.
To all frontline and emergency
Raymond
workers,
Reach is flooded
Subaru
backwards.
dealers salute you. In fact, while we continue to provide essential services to all Subaru
Yeah, I turn
customers,
backwards sometimes.
we'll drop everything to
You
put
face
you
backwards
first.
to drive,
Simply
and then
visit us
backwards is
online,
forward to go.
because that's how we'll safely plan every appointment. From your Ontario Subaru dealers, let's all stay safe.
Hey, I'm Tom Power. You might be looking for
Sources of
something to take
Chinese
your mind
tradition
off of
since
things. Well, every
1960.
Sunday we're doing a TV show,
Actually,
Frontline
one
Living
of
Room,
them.
where we talk to artists, athletes, frontline workers, and you, just about how you're holding up. We're calling it after something we say to one another back in New. Yeah. Watch What Are You At on.
Les constructions en génie civil
I'm at
aussi,
the
les
Bay-
entreprises
I'm
manufacturières.
at the
Donc, c'est pas les mêmes
Bay-
dates pour Montréal et pour le reste du Québec, donc je vais suivre ça. Là, j'ai pas le temps de le faire là présentement, mais je vais voir ça dans vos bulletins d'informations au cours des prochaines minutes et des prochaines heures. Puis, pour le Premier ministre Legault, c'était important aujourd'hui de dire que c'est pas parce que des entreprises qui vont relancer les activités économiques qu'on oublie le 2 mètres. Il a dit interdiction des rassemblements. Ouais, des rassemblements là, c'est pas de party encore. Pas de party, OK? Puis le Premier ministre Legault, quand il dit important, il faut l'écouter. Important, etc.
Hey, buddy!
Radio-Canada, ça part de Noémie, Sarah, Choucha, Marie.
Hey, attendez, ouais, Canada, fuck you!
Il n'y a pas de diffuseur public sans public. Radio-Canada, ça part de vous.
Pour vous informer et vous divertir, l'application Radio-Canada Audio vous suit partout. Vous y trouverez vos émissions d'ici première et d'ici musique en direct ou en rattrapage,
Every
les
expert's
meilleurs
gonna pop
balados
off,
et bien
start
plus.
talking. Stock market's gonna react because of or not because despite whatever they're selling us, right?
Vous écoutez Ici Musique.
Like you said, 3 days isn't a rally. For the stock, oh, it's a 3-day rally. They used to say 2-day rally, 2-day rally, buddy, 2 days. That's 2 days in a row. Okay, that's good. There's 3 more days in the week you could lose, right? What if it's the last 2 days? That means 3 days you already lost. That's not a rally. 3 days.
T-shirt rouge. We got Bayes trade higher for a third straight day. That's with oil and gold currently in the red. And Wall Street has been all over the place today. Business at 56.
680 News Time, 1:31.
Time for traffic and weather together all the ones. Here's Carrie Prunskis. Looking at a heavy drive heading towards Beamsville on the Toronto-bound QEW. There's construction approaching Ontario Street, and the 2 left lanes are closed there. So that backup starts just past Victoria Avenue.
Sorry.
It's about a 4-kilometer stretch where traffic is quite
You know where the
heavy.
village
So
of
just be aware
Brockton
of
is?
that.
No,
Plan
shut
an
the fuck
alternate
up.
route. For the time being, the service road is looking much better. And Toronto-bound on the QEW, as you approach the Burlington Skyway, the 2 left lanes are closed there for construction, but only a minor delay. And then another construction spot, eastbound QEW, just east of Royal Windsor, the right lane closed there. So traffic slows a little bit through that area as well. Eastbound on the 401, just one area of construction. That's at Nielsen and the Express. The right lane is closed, not much of a delay though. If you're planning on taking the eastbound 407, there's no access to that route from northbound York Durham Town Line. That ramp to the east 407 is shut down for road work. And watch out for a stalled vehicle on the southbound 400. It's just south of Steeles. The right lane is blocked there. And it's a stalled transport truck on the right shoulder. And now with a look at the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
So I signed it, the signature would have ripped off after a couple of months at sea,
then just a gloomy, cloudy day, lows near 7. More showers
sign
on the
it,
way
'cause I
for
don't want
Wednesday
everybody
with
copying my
steady rain
fucking
through
signature.
tomorrow afternoon and night.
That's all I write
Your
my
guaranteed
checks to
high
my
today is
landlord.
9 degrees.
Another
And
bastard.
right now in
Stay
downtown
right there
Toronto,
with
it's
it.
partly
Your
cloudy.
landlord
8
can steal the
degrees,
whole
and it
fucking
appears like
building.
the
Cash
overcast
everybody
conditions
checks
and
every month.
680
The next
News
2
Time,
years, no one
1:33.
knows. Oh, he'd make sure the hydro was paid, air conditioning would be on instead of the heat. That's the only
And even
giveaway.
though we're making
Whatever the
progress
heat
in
system
slowing
is,
the
electric
spread of
heat,
the
no one
virus,
knows.
the number of deaths in long-term care homes will be staggering.
As they say, these Irene Preckle, who's been following the story for us, joining us live now with those modeling details. Irene.
And Steve, there are just over 49,000 confirmed COVID-19 cases in Canada, but the latest modeling shows that by this time next week, that number could be between 54 and 67,000 cases. Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Theresa Tam, says physical distancing has been working, cutting transmission rates in half over the last 3 weeks. Tam says outbreaks in high-risk populations are the driving force behind some of the increases.
In particular, outbreaks in long-term care and seniors' homes are driving epidemic growth in Quebec, Ontario, and Nova Scotia currently, and are responsible for the majority of all deaths in Canada.
Tam says the models show there will likely be more deaths than initially expected, with up to 3,900 possible by this time next week. So far, almost 2,800 people have died from the virus, almost 80% of those long-term care residents. Reporting live, Irene Preckle, 680 News. 680 News Time, 1:34. Ontario is reporting 525 new COVID-19 cases today and 59 more deaths. That ends 3 consecutive days of declining numbers of new cases. The chief medical officer said yesterday he will be looking for a consistent 2 to 4 week decrease in the number of new cases before the province can begin its reopening framework. Meantime, many restaurant owners are struggling because of the pandemic shutdown. Premier Doug Ford says the government is helping the industry financially, as well as allowing for takeout and delivering alcohol.
We put $10 billion of deferrals towards all businesses, opposed to one sector. And
the authorities can check the number. I'm not making it easy for you dumb motherfuckers to get in trouble. Yeah, that's what I need everybody to be showing my card instead of card.
That's a tremendous amount of money, and again, trying to keep the facilities that they're renting open.
Ford says clear sector-specific guidelines on reopening the economy will be released later this week.
To Ottawa now, where the historic virtual meeting of MPs is underway right now as federal politicians go online to debate the federal government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Here's our Parliament Hill reporter, Cormac McSweeney.
In these unprecedented times, we have this unprecedented meeting of members of the House of Commons where all MPs are taking part in this special COVID-19 committee. While this is not a regular sitting of the House, it's currently operating similar to question period, with opposition members challenging the government over its response to this health crisis. Conservative leader Andrew Scheer questioning Prime Minister Justin Trudeau about the approval of test kits.
So can the Prime Minister explain why Health Canada has yet, to this point, been unable to implement a fast-track process so that provinces can get the new testing kits that they so desperately need?
We've seen around the world problems with test kits that have been faulty or unreliable.
Yeah.
And one of the huge challenges we might face if tests are unreliable is we could have an undetected resurgence of COVID-19.
It has not been smooth sailing for this first virtual meeting. There have been several technical hiccups as MPs learn to use the new format, mainly over unmuting themselves and some problems with translation. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
Translation.
Marco Musso will plead his case for freedom today, nearly 5 years after he drove drunk and blew through a stop sign in Vaughan, causing a crash that killed 3 children and their grandfather. 680's Momin Qureshi joins us live with more on details of today's parole hearing. Momin.
Sarah, as with almost everything these days, this situation too is affected by the shutdown that we're facing with the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, Musso is having his second parole hearing today for killing 4 people in 2015 when he drove drunk Daniel, Harry, and Millie Neville Lake, the 3 little children, and their grandfather, Gary Neville. Now, the reason that was impacted is that initially we're not going to allow Jennifer Neville Lake, the mother of those 3 children and daughter of the grandfather that was killed, was not going to be allowed to make her victim impact statement, but the parole board changing its mind, saying she'll be able to do so from a distance over the phone. Mutso is applying for parole here. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but only has to serve a total of 9 of them because he had some time served at the beginning. But he would be eligible for release 5 years from now. So we'll see whether he's actually granted parole today. Reporting live, I'm Owen Qureshi.
You're listening to Toronto's only all-news radio station. This is 680 News. Ontario's
caught with 2 ounces of coke, they don't give you we'll give you 9 years. Well, that's all it's
Ontario now saying 97% of its teacher members voted in favor of the 3-year deal. You'll see teachers get salary increases of 1% a year for 3 years and 4% annual increases to their benefits. The agreement also contains a 2-year, $89 million support for Students Fund, which ETFO says will create over 430 teacher positions to address areas such as special education,
at least 2
English language learning, and mental health initiatives.
Well, the pandemic is hitting the bottom line of restaurants everywhere, with ones that have stayed open relying heavily on delivery apps. What happens when they stop working, though? Here's our Mitch Burke.
If your local spot doesn't have a delivery plan of their own, it's apps like Uber Eats to the rescue to keep the cash flowing. But then over the weekend, it crashed, along with tens of thousands in would-be revenue.
We got to get this over with quickly, and if we can do that by following the rules, then the restaurant business will be back in business.
But Mayor Tory isn't just looking to the future, as we all are. He says his heart aches for the restaurant business right now and wants a cutback in the commission those delivery apps collect.
That's all I think is one. They've indicated that they have cut their commissions. The other companies seem not to have followed the
Health Agency, Toronto Public Health.
They made a contribution to the well-being of the very business they rely on.
Late last week, as problems with the app first surfaced, Uber Eats putting the blame on Google Maps. The server eases to get drivers from point A to B. As it stands, Uber Eats charges commission between 20 and 30%. I'm Mitch Burke.
I'm more likely
now
to
the
pass
60
this
News
than you are.
gas price update, and Pro predicts the price will go down a cent at midnight to 81.9 cents a liter.
680 News Time, 1:40.
Okay, say something about boats. Make me feel like super happy that I got this boat.
Inside for, well, who knows how long. Let's take stock. TV, check. Snacks, yep. Couch, you better believe it. What about a con artist, food scientist, a walrus whisperer, and one of the biggest documentary film festivals in the world? No? Well, you're in luck. Watch Hot Docs at Home on CBC. Catch world premieres and new docs every week.
So you get deals like free, you buy 3, you get $10 off, whatever. So you can like fucking tape it to the dashboard of your boat.
Breaking news.
And you don't have to worry about dropping in the fucking water. Here you go, office. There's no excuse. You still have to present the card.
Time for traffic and weather together all at once. Here's Carrie Prunskis. This report is brought to you by Rona. We still have this stalled transport truck on the southbound 400 just south of Steeles. The right lane is blocked by crews deal with that. No delay to worry about. Just make sure that you shift into the left-hand lanes. This will affect you if you're coming from Steeles onto the southbound 400. You'll have to merge a little bit earlier. So again, that southbound 400 south of Steeles, the right lane that's affected. Eastbound on the 401, they've wrapped up the construction through Nielsen and the Express, so that right lane has reopened. Still have a ramp closure affecting the eastbound 407. No access to that route from northbound York-Durham Town Line. That ramp is shut down for road work, scheduled until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Just a couple of lanes blocked on the westbound 401. West of Salem, the left lane is closed for construction. And west of Keele and the collectors crews are working in the 2 left lanes. A heavy backup if you're heading Toronto bound on the QEW into Beamsville. Approaching Ontario Street, the 2 left lanes are closed for construction. So traffic is jammed from just past Victoria. You can use the service roads as an alternate route. And also on the Toronto bound QEW approaching the Burlington Skyway, the 2 left lanes are closed for construction. Just a minor delay there. And another bit of a slowdown eastbound on the QEW just east of Royal Windsor. That's where the right lane is closed. And again, that's due to construction. Road work on Don Mills at the DVP. It's reduced to a single lane each way. So a little bit busy approaching that construction zone. To help you stay safe and at home, Rona is offering free parcel shipping and
going to pay $3
purchases at Rona.ca. And now with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
About 25 in the day.
On and off showers till the mid-afternoon, and then we'll see a cloudy sky tonight. Lows near 7 degrees. Very active for Wednesday. Showers, rain, and wind up to 25 millimeters. Highs near 10 degrees. More rain for Thursday, near 10 millimeters expected, and highs near 13. We do see an improvement in temperatures for Friday, near 16 degrees, but we could still see a little bit of lingering
someone with
showers
money.
in the
Yes, I have
morning.
money.
Your guaranteed
We
high
don't have
today
change.
is 9 degrees.
Oh, definitely nice to see some
I really don't want to buy
Dallas
7
City's
fucking tins of
core, 8
sardines.
degrees out there for the forecast. Over at Pearson right now, it's partly cloudy and 12. 680 news time, 1:42.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute, live from the Business Center.
There should be
Here's
a
Chris
law
Castro.
somewhere that
Sarah,
says
the
if you
TSX
do
moving
that to a
higher
person,
for
you
the
should have
third
to
straight
give them
day.
the
It's
fucking
up by
sardines.
162
Yeah, I'll credit or
points,
something. Hey, you know what? Come back in the
14,004.
morning.
Now the
and I'll have
gold
change.
stock
Something.
slightly higher, even with gold itself.
I didn't bring in
down
100.
$1,
The machine gave me 20.
17.22.
The machine gave me
Oil's
20s.
been all over the place today. Right now, it's up by a penny, $12.79, and the Canadian dollar higher by a quarter of a cent, 71.5 cents US. The Dow is potentially higher for a fifth day, up by 61 points. The S&P higher by 2, and the Nasdaq down 61.
But at night,
At
we're
the
going to pay
Business
10
Center,
times as
I'm
much for
Chris
food. So
McCusker.
really, how
Research
rich are
shows
you,
that
right?
investors who work with an advisor accumulate 3.9 times more assets than those who don't.
So I figure I'll buy
Advice
2 things of soap,
Now
2 things
more
of
than ever.
sardines, 2
Learn
tins
more
of
at
fucking...
dynamic.ca/advice.
Your Real Canadian Superstore No Frills customers. Flyers are now digital only. Please know that low price commitment is still the #1 priority,
You can kill
and they're still
parasites and
providing great
bacteria and
weekly
bullshit with a
promotions and
freezer
offers.
or
Find them in
boiling
store
water
on
or
superstore.ca,
bleach or all three,
nofrills.ca,
or
and in
whatever
the PC
fucking combo
Optimum
you
app.
want to use.
I'm Sean
Toronto
O'Brien,
Public
President
Health taught
and
me
CEO
that.
of Reliance Home
Taught me
Company.
washing shit off
Despite
down the
everything
drain with
that's
soap
going
and water.
We know that some of you may still need air conditioning, hot
It
water,
doesn't matter
or
if there's
plumbing
bacteria
help.
on it, you
I'd
just
like to
wash it
personally
off,
assure
right?
you
It's
that as
gone.
an
That's
essential
not what it
service,
says, but
we're not
that's
only here for you 24 hours a day, every day, but also taking steps to make every visit safe for you, your family, and our team.
so York
We're
region,
grateful to
Simcoe
our customers
County,
and
Peel
indebted to our
region,
team
Durham
members at
region, Hot
Reliance.
region.
We'll get through this together. Thank you.
Your Real Canadian Superstore No Frills customers.
And of course,
Flyers
this is
are now
Ontario
digital
Toronto Public
only.
Health. So
Please
like,
know that low price commitment is still the #1 priority, and they're still providing great weekly promotions and offers. Find them in
Like
store
water
on
bars.
superstore.ca, nofrills.ca, and in the PC Optimum app.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
With a partly cloudy sky in downtown Toronto, it is 8 degrees. Good afternoon from the 680 News Broadcast Center. I'm Sarah Perrick.
And I'm Steve Roberts. Here are the top stories on this Tuesday afternoon.
Federal forecasting data suggests that by next Tuesday, May 5th, as many as 3,900 Canadians could die due to COVID-19, while the case count could reach 67,000. The updated modeling also
We're
predicts
looking at
79%
85,000
of the deaths are related to
I don't remember
outbreaks
if that
in
was a
long-term
good or
care
bad
homes.
number. I just
The
remember
man who killed 3 children
85,000.
and their grandfather in a drunk driving crash in Vaughan will plead his case to a parole board today. Marco Muzzo was sentenced to 10 years in prison for the
Rubber stamp
2015
policy.
crash.
Keep him in there. I
This is the
think he's
second
got
time he's applied
COVID.
for parole. A victim impact
You
statement by the
should
children's mother
segregate
will
him.
be by phone because of the pandemic.
Yeah, so she can't come there for.
680
Did
News
he
Time
get to go there?
1:55 Now 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
They're not
Here's
using
Andrew
the
Nye.
video court, video remix, video remix.
To have reached a
Oh.
contract extension with the Maple Leafs before all this
Just tap,
happened.
tap.
And as for his hand, it's feeling great, has the strength and mobility back, and he should be ready to go when called upon. Expect to see contracts with European players becoming official now that the NHL has extended its player development agreements with the IIHF, the CHL, and a new deal with the Swiss Ice Hockey Association and Swiss League. All are one-year deals. The Hlinka Gretzky Cup, a tournament for the world's top under-18 male hockey players, has been canceled because of COVID-19. It was scheduled for early August in Edmonton and Red Deer. The CFL draft goes this Thursday and will be similar to the NFL draft. Commissioner Randy Ambrosie says one difference will be he's not announcing the picks this time. Ambrosie also told Good Show this morning, if the CFL returns this season, there's not a high likelihood it will without fans. Baltimore Orioles outfielder Trey Mancini has stage 3 colon cancer. Mancini, who had a malignant tumor removed from his colon in March, announced on the Players Tribune he'll undergo chemo for the next 6 months and is unlikely to play in 2020. And France has suspended all sports until September while announcing plans to reopen the economy May 11th. Sport to 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
On May 2nd, the Today Showstopper at TSC will be the Beauty Bio Glow Pro Microneedling Regeneration Facial and Body Set, complete with sculptor firming body cream, easy and comfortable to use in just 60 seconds a day. Microneedling helps stimulate skin with painless exfoliation and deep pore rejuvenation for clinically proven smoother skin. Get it on May 2nd when it's the Today Showstopper. Shop tsc.ca. Today's shopping choice.
A message from the Warams. When you use the Warams key tags, you protect your keys. If you lose your keys, the finder can call the number.
That's the sound of the police. Whoa, whoa. That's the sound of the beat. And I know because the KRS-One. That's some little Japanese car, either a Civic or Acura probably. And I swear, it's this far off the ground, and every time it does that, the car is doing this. The back end's dropping down, and the tailpipe is like almost hitting the ground, but not quite. You can't figure out where the sparks are coming. They're coming from inside the fucking pipe because there's no more emissions tests in this province. Oh, the MTO guys will fuck with you though. They can fucking write you up anyway if you modify things a certain way. Like there's nitrous is legal here. You just can't be able to reach the valve from in the car. So you got to turn it on and then hit the highway, right? Right. That's what I would figure if I was the devil's advocate.
My mom. I want to let you know that I've spoken with her and she's doing just fine.
And officials believe that fire started on an outside patio.
Oh, it's just a sound.
The Los Angeles Lakers have repaid a loan of about $4.6 million US from coronavirus
12-1. Okay, thank you, but I didn't know you were coming. So who the fuck said within the hour?
Loan under the Small Business Administration's Paycheck Protection Program.
That fucked me up all morning.
Qualified because they only have about 300 employees,
I have to
but now
double-check
say they
everything.
want the money to go to a business most in need. Shake Shack and AutoNation also returned their loans, but others have kept the money. The SBA revised its rules last week for who qualifies. The new guidelines require companies to certify
Again, devil's
with their
advocate, you
lender
apply for
that
money,
they need
get
the
it. I
loan
mean,
and
some
cannot
there's some
access the
fucking
money
bean
from
counter
other
that goes, I
sources.
don't know, check
I'm Julie Walker.
all the
And a
boxes.
5-month-old puppy
You
has
know,
been
just
returned
do
to
it.
its owner
Every-
after it was
every-
stolen during a vehicle theft
Yeah,
over the
looks
weekend. Prince, a Pomeranian
I've
Husky
got the
mix
title on
was
this
inside a
18
white
times. I still
Range
don't know what it
Rover
is. I'm
that was
just gonna
stolen
check it,
Sunday
and if
afternoon
it's wrong,
outside a
we'll
condo near Leslie and the 407.
give it back.
A short time later,
Look,
the vehicle
okay,
was
so
found
then
abandoned in Toronto. and the
IRS.gov
dog was
goes
gone.
ding,
But
and you
York
get a direct
Regional Police
deposit
say
2
Prince
days
was
later.
returned yesterday afternoon to his owner's home in Richmond Hill by an unknown person, and this investigation is still ongoing.
Oh, that sounds like a young offender. Then you
Find out what
motherfucker.
to wear. The best weather reports in the city every 10 minutes on 6
I don't like those
News.
stories of the dogs left in the cars.
6 News Time 151. It's
Obviously,
time
somebody
for
stole the
traffic
damn
and
car
weather
and the
together on
dog, so you
the
weren't
ones.
watching.
Here's Carrie
Don't give me that
Pruskus.
shit.
This
Tell
report
me
is brought to
exactly
you by
what. The keys were in the
GP
car.
Bikes.
Was the car
With a
running?
vehicle fire
With
on
the
the
AC
eastbound
running, or
401 approaching Markham
heat
Road
in
and
the
the
winter, I
collectors.
guess?
The two
How
left lanes
wide
are
open the
blocked.
windows?
Emergency
Don't give me
crews,
this
fire
shit
crews
about
just
one.
got to the
They
scene
need
here,
everything.
and they're
I
putting it out
don't
quite quickly.
believe
But a lot of smoke in this area, and a delay quickly building
drive
on the
on ice, you
eastbound
drive with the
401. It's
doors
getting
open,
jammed up
seatbelts
from
off, shoes
McAllen to
untied.
approaching Markham Road
Sounds
in the
backwards,
collectors.
doesn't
The
it?
express lanes are moving much better
So the
through
truck,
here.
it's a hole in the
Westbound
ice.
on the 401, construction
My
west
God,
of
my shoes
Salem. The
aren't tied
left
on.
lane
They
is
fell
closed.
right
Not
off.
spotting much of a delay there. Looks like traffic's getting a little bit busy on the westbound 401 through Markham Road and the express as well, as everybody slows to look at this eastbound problem. Then more construction westbound 401 west of Kiel and the collectors. The two left lanes are closed there. Southbound on the 400 south of Steeles, the right lane that's blocked
You
because of
asked
a
me to
stalled vehicle.
recite the number
No
of
delay, but
tons
watch out
of
for that
fucking
issue. And
vessel
seeing a heavy
that
backup on the
applies to
Toronto
either
bound
this or the
QEW
Shipping Act,
approaching
one or the
Ontario
other. I
Street into
couldn't
Beamsville.
recite
The
it.
two left lanes are closed for
Boy,
construction, so traffic
I
is
do
jammed
know
from
it's a
just past
separate
Victoria. That's
card.
close to a 4-kilometer backup. So plan an alternate route. The service roads are looking much better. And also some construction on the Toronto bound QEW as you're
I'm
approaching the
grasping
Burlington
at
Skyway.
straws,
The
get
two
some
left
coffee,
lanes are closed
coffee
there.
nails, some
And
coffee,
east of
coffee
Royal Windsor,
nails,
the
some
right
coffee,
lane is shut
coffee
down,
nails.
but
I am
both of
not
those spots
depressed.
just causing minor delays.
If I was, I would
It's
call
GP
Connects
Bikes
Ontario
No HST
because they
sale,
have access
plus up
to
to
addiction, mental health,
60%
and
off.
problem gambling
Open online
services.
and by phone for
Available
easy
at Facebook,
curbside
Twitter, Canada and
Get your new
Ontario.
motorcycle with finance rates as low as 0%. GPBikes.com, your power sports authority. And now with the extended forecast, here's Denise Andriachi. On
You're
and off
not supposed
showers
to
till the
notice because you're not fucking
mid-afternoon,
from
and
there.
then we'll
Go.
see
Is
a
that the
cloudy
company
sky
that
tonight,
printed
lows
it or
near
something?
7 degrees.
Oh, Ontario,
Very active
Ontario.
for Wednesday, showers,
I don't
rain
get it,
and
man.
wind up to
No, that's
25
okay. You know what's
millimeters,
wrong.
highs near 10 degrees.
We don't talk
More
about these
rain for
things when we're
Thursday,
outside
near
the
10
province.
millimeters expected, and highs near 13. We do
10
see an improvement in
millimeters.
temperatures for Friday, near 16 degrees, but we could still see a little bit of lingering showers in the morning. Your guaranteed high
Thursday,
today
10
is 9
millimeters.
degrees. Right now in downtown Toronto, it is mostly cloudy. We're still sitting at 8 degrees at Pearson Airport. Cloudy sky and up to 12 degrees now. 680 News Time,
John Tory
153.
knew his thing first thing this morning. I missed it.
Never expected to
Have
fight
I
a
not
battle
been up
like
for
this.
3 fucking days
They're
straight or
working
some
around the
shit? Like,
clock, isolating from their families, risking their lives on a daily basis. That's why hospital foundation leaders all across the
Yeah, I'll go
country
for number
come
5.
together to launch the Frontline Fund. Way for Canadians staying
See
at
the
home
holographic
to
purple,
arm
black,
our frontline
green,
healthcare
gold,
workers
blue,
with additional supplies,
trillium.
support,
No?
and
Damn,
research
that's-
funding
I
to
want
fight
that tattoo
COVID-19.
with all those
Support
colors.
Canada's Frontline by donating now. Frontlinefund.ca.
The bravery of our healthcare workers
Oh,
is admirable.
you can't find this
680
logo
News is
on the
giving you
internet.
the opportunity to pay it forward to
On
our
this one.
healthcare heroes.
On this
Brought to you by PC Chef from President's Choice. Nominate a deserving healthcare worker online for their chance to win 5 well-balanced PC Chef meal kits to thank them for the essential work they are doing. PC Chef helps you put a chef-inspired meal on the table in minutes. Recognize and keep our busy and deserving healthcare heroes nourished for their heroic work ahead. Pay it forward today at 680news.com/heroes. 680 News Time.
Turn these into
154.
cards I could buy coffee
Prince
with.
Harry has
Ding,
recorded a
Tim
special
Hortons
message
should
to
allow
celebrate
me
the
to purchase a
75th
coffee once in a
anniversary
while.
of a children's favorite, Thomas the Tank Engine. The Duke of Sussex introduces a new program called Thomas and Friends, the Royal Engine, which has a storyline, of course, that includes Prince Charles and Queen Elizabeth as animated characters.
What the?
Thomas and Friends.
Where the fuck's George Carlin? Somebody dig his ass up, please. He's
The
gonna have
story
something to
starts
say about this.
late one afternoon on the island of Sodor.
And the introduction was filmed before Harry and his wife Meghan announced they plan to quit as senior royals. The show will air on Netflix
But isn't it
this
a bloodline
Friday.
thing? Like you don't get to.
And Italy is
I
not
would
even
love to quit
close to
sickle cell.
reopening for tourists, but Venice Mayor Luigi
Used to be more
Brunoro
right. Yeah,
is
well, my
inviting
blood
people to
don't
see
allow
what
it.
he's calling
I mean, it don't
spectacular
allow nothing else either
moments.
sometimes.
As a result of shutdowns to contain the spread of COVID-19, the nations have seen
See, so there
octopus
is
in
a
the Grand
that
Canal
a
and a
cut right
return
above
of
and below
fish
the S,
because
like
the
as if
water
a
is
dollar
so
sign,
much
without the
cleaner.
dollar sign.
Brunaro
See
is
that
asking
shit?
the government for
You see
financial
that
help
shit?
with the tourism-dependent city due to fall far short of its annual 30
Pesos,
million
rands,
visitors.
euros, dollars.
Coming up in business
Also
news in
pesos,
60
Spanish
seconds, the
dollars.
Dow is trying for a fifth
TO,
winning
that's
day.
funny.
680 News
Toronto
Time,
dollars.
155.
Northwood Mortgage people work harder to find solutions just for you. One example, Northwood regularly helps families get into new
Card remains
homes after the
property.
bank has turned them down. Unlike the big banks, Northwood Mortgage is more flexible. Northwood Mortgage listens and works harder to create a solution that's customized for you.
I don't own it. I don't own none of them. Okay.
Visit northwoodmortgage.com. License 10349. Talk about a perfect pairing.
I'm craft beer and sensory expert Mirella Amato.
And I'm chef activist Joshua Maharaj. Frequency Podcast Network presents
Oh, I have a little bit more ganja. I'll smoke some. I'm just a little
Join
confused.
us,
What the
your
fuck is people
contemporary
doing?
food culture critics and hosts of
I'm not gonna start pressing. When does John Tory come on?
Stimulating relationship with your food.
I'm not going outside. Every time I go outside, I dropped the coffee. That was a bad omen. I should have fucking jumped out the window right there.
Find your frequency.
Because going uphill is never a good idea.
680 News Time 156.
Go back.
Now the
Okay,
680
good.
News Business Report. Here's Chris McCusker.
Well, Sarah, a bit of everything on Bay and Wall Street. And in particular on Wall Street today, we have seen a fair bit of fluctuation. Now, the Dow is trying for its longest winning streak since January, potentially a fifth winning day. Right now, it's up by 91 points. The S&P essentially flat and the Nasdaq down by 46, while the TSX is higher for a third straight day. It's up by 173 points. 14,815. So that's a gain of 1.1%, which makes Bay Street the big winner in North America on a percentage basis. Adam Hennick is investment advisor at Hennick Wealth.
A lot of conversations I have with clients and with associates and other portfolio managers I know, we talk about how life is going to be so different now that, you know, we're in quarantine, and as we
we're not quite there yet. You people are like, you're not prepared for the next stage. Right? They said the stages could go back. They didn't say there wasn't a -1 stage.
And when you know it, everything reverted back to the mean. So I think that's the message that the markets are telling us.
Now, Post Media says it will lay off about 80 employees and permanently close 15 community newspapers as the conglomerate navigates the financial fallout of COVID-19. The CEO is also taking a 30% pay cut. So Class B shares in Post Media right now up by 3.7%. to $1.35 a share. The price for gold is down $1.1722. Oil at the moment higher by 24 cents, $13.01 a barrel. And the Canadian dollar is higher by 23,100, 71.48 cents US. Now, TripAdvisor is cutting about a quarter of its staff, or about 900 jobs, 600 in the US and 300 others around the world, including in Canada. Of course, the travel industry has been hit especially hard during the pandemic. Shares in TripAdvisor, which trade in the U.S., up by 3% to $19.28 a share. I'm Chris McCusker. This is 680 News.
Smart Local Union 285 reminds you that most job site accidents involve young, inexperienced workers during their first 6 months of employment. In fact, around the world, a worker is killed every 30 seconds. April 28th is the annual International Day of Mourning.
Today.
Special gatherings across the country have been canceled. Please take a moment to remember those injured or killed and commit to a safer workplace. A special message from the International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers, Local Union 285.
Health and Safety Act of Ontario. This is insane. So I'll keep going further back. I'm just going to start at the beginning. It's only 3 pages. It's not insane. It's just the merit system, the doctrine of retribution. Oh, this is Sources of Chinese Tradition, Volume 1. This is from 1960. I don't know where the cover is. UNESCO Collection of Representative Works, Chinese Series. This volume has been accepted in the Chinese Translation Series of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. Copyright 1960, Columbia University Press. Printed in the United States of America. Motherfucker. Oh, it doesn't say that. That's the watermark. What the hell, man? No, I'm joking. The crazy shit I like to read. The merit system, the doctrine of retribution, expounded here, resembles in some ways the Buddhist conception of karma. Although it is difficult to establish any definite historical connection between the two, it should be remembered that at this time Buddhism and Taoism borrowed extensively from each other and share many of the same concepts and terminology. From Pao Pu Tzu, and I'm not familiar with this numbering system, but it says 3 to the 7th power of B. No, I don't know. 3, 7B to 10B, and 6, 5B to 7A. 7A. Yes, see, I'm not familiar with this numbering system. Furthermore, as heaven and earth are the greatest of things, it is natural from the point of view of universal. Watch John Tory come up right now. It is not. Who cares? From the point of view of universal principles that they have spiritual power. Furthermore, as heaven and earth are the greatest things, it is natural from the point of view of universal principles that they have spiritual power. Having spiritual power, it is proper that they reward good and punish evil. Oh, I got the book on evil right here. Okay. There's no food in it. It's anyway. And the only reason this got damaged, I found it when it was beginning to rain. It was in perfect condition, and the only reason it got damaged, it was beginning to rain when I found it. Evil, the shadow side of reality. Anyway. Nevertheless, their expanse is great, and their net is wide meshed. the net of heaven, which eventually catches all evil doers in its meshes, a very old concept in Chinese thought. Interesting. There is not necessarily an immediate result as soon as this net is set in operation. As we glance over the Taoist books of discipline, however, all are unanimous in saying that those who seek immortality must set their minds to the accumulation of merits and the accomplishment of good work. Their hearts must be kind to all things. They must treat others as they treat themselves and extend their humaneness, even to insects. They must rejoice. I did not read this just now before I started reading this. I'm reading this for the first time. Unless I've read it before, and I don't think I have. But I knew that was going to come up. Humaneness. They must treat others as they treat themselves and extend their humaneness even to insects. Well, it tried to eat me, so I killed it. You don't like that. I'll probably kill you and eat you. So, survival of the fittest, eh? No, survival of the sickest. They must rejoice in the fortune of men and pity their suffering, relieve the destitute, and save the poor. Their hands must never injure life, and their mouths must never encourage evil. My feet. I killed it with my feet. They must consider the success and failure of others as their own. They must not regard themselves highly nor praise themselves. They must not envy those superior to them nor flatter dangerous and evil-minded people. In this way, they may become virtuous and blessed by heaven. They may be successful in whatever they do and may hope to become immortal. Oh, shit. Yeah, this is very soft cover. $3.50, but remember, that's 1960 prices. I think if you worked in 1960 at GM, you'd be lucky to get $3.50 an hour, something like that. Maybe. But gasoline was what? What was it? Never mind. If, on the other hand, they hate good and love evil. Oh shit. See the problem with the bronchodilator? Your airways open up and then you can't build up enough back pressure to blow things out, and you can feel it, and it fucks with your voice and shit. If, on the other hand, they hate good and love evil, if their words do not agree with their thoughts, if they say one thing in people's presence and the opposite behind their backs, if they twist the truth, if they are cruel to subordinates or deceive their superiors, if they betray their task and are ungrateful for kindness received, if they manipulate the law and accept bribes, if they tolerate injustice but suppress justice, if they destroy the public good for their selfish ends, means to an ends, if they punish, another word you probably thought you came up with, making ends meet, right. If they punish the innocent, wreck people's homes, pocket their treasures, injure their bodies, or seize their positions, if they overthrow virtue, and it doesn't matter if the person's on high or at the bottom, you can't take what's theirs, even if to you it doesn't seem like it's worth something. If it's theirs, it's theirs. If they overthrow virtuous rulers or massacre those who have surrendered to them. I don't know about that, because we're Micmac, we do crazy things. If they slander saints, we're not trying to be immortal. We've been trying to figure out how to die for a few thousand years. If they slander saints and say, well, we don't do this shit. If they slander saints and sages or hurt Taoist priests, if they shoot birds in flight or kill the unborn in womb or egg, I'm not sure what the birds in flight thing. I'm not sure what that means. If in spring or summer hunts they burn the forests or drive out the game, if they curse spiritual beings, if they teach others to do evil or conceal their good deeds or endanger others for their own security, if they claim the work of others as their own, if they spoil people's happy affairs or take away what others love, if they cause division in people's families or disgrace others in order to win, if they overcharge or underpay, if they set fire or inundate, if they injure people with trickery or coerce the weak, if they injure people with trickery, trickery in and of itself is not necessarily considered the worst of sins and crimes. If they injure people with trickery or coerce the weak, if they repay good with evil, if they take things by force or accumulate wealth through robbery and plunder, if they are notice the phrasing there, accumulate wealth through robbery and plunder. So like as a military position, it's not necessarily evil. If they are unfair or unjust, licentious, indulgent, or perverted, I swear it says that, if they oppress orphans or mistreat widows, yeah, leave the old people and the kids alone. Ain't I been saying that? If they squander inheritance and accept charity, if they cheat or deceive, if they love to gossip about people's private affairs or criticize them for their defects, if they drag heaven and earth into their affairs and rail at people in order to seek vindication, if they fail to repay debts or play fair in the exchange of goods, if they seek to gratify their desires without end, if they hate and resist the faithful and sincere, if they disobey orders from above or do not respect their teachers, if they ridicule others for doing good, if they destroy people's crops or harm their tools so as to nullify their utility and do not feed people with clean food, if they cheat in weights or measures, if they mix spirit. That's why the fucking $1 coin is exactly 7 grams. These old men knew the drugs were coming, period. 1987, those coins came out. They knew. Where you think all the money came into the country from the U.S. was Detroit buying the weed, motherfucker. Oh, shit. Not the only thing that was happening, but if you go check out Detroit and the people talking about those years, weed came from everywhere, and they didn't know where because they weren't growing it, but everybody was selling weed. You know exactly where it came from. Up here, nigga. You're fucking joking. 7 grams exactly. If they cheat. Hey, remember the community gardens? If they destroy people's crops or harm their tools so as to nullify their utility and do not feed people with clean food, if they cheat in weights or measures, if they mix spurious articles with genuine, if they take dishonorable advantage, if they tempt others to steal, if they meddle in the affairs of others or go beyond their position in life, if they leap over wells or hearths, which provide water and fire for food. I'm not sure what that means. If they sing in the last day of the month, it says when the end should be sent off with sorrow, or cry in the first day of the month, when the beginning should be welcomed with joy. I guess that's one way of celebrating. If they commit any of these evil deeds, it is a sin. The arbiter of human destiny will reduce their terms of life by units of 3 days or 300 days in proportion to the gravity of the evil. When all days are deducted, they will die. Those who have the intention to do evil but have not carried it out will have 3-day units taken, just as if they had acted with injury to others. If they die before all their evil deeds are punished, their posterity will suffer for them. It says 6.5b.7a. Someone asked, is it true that he who cultivates the way to become an immortal should first accomplish good deeds? Pao Pu Tzu answered, yes, it is true. The middle section of the Yu Qian Qing says, the most important thing is to accomplish good works. The next is the removal of faults. For him who cultivates the way, the highest accomplishment of good work is to save people from danger so they may escape from calamity, and to preserve people from sickness so that they may not die unjustly. Those who aspire to be immortals should regard loyalty, filial piety, harmony, obedience, love, and good faith as their essential principles of conduct. If they do not cultivate moral conduct but merely devote themselves to occult science, they will. There's going to be some language transliteration issues here. They will never. To me, they will. Remember, I think of French. They will never. But I can read Chinese. They will never attain. This is not in Chinese. They will never attain everlasting life. If they do evil, the arbiter of human destiny will take off units of 300 days from their allotted life if the evil is great, or units of 3 days if the evil is small. Since the punishment depends on the degree of evil. What about 30 days? Never mind. Since the punishment depends on the degree of evil, the reduction in the span of life is in some cases great and in others small. When a man is endowed with life and given a lifespan, he has his own definite number of days. If his number is large, the units of 300 days and of 3 days are not easily exhausted, and therefore he dies later. On the other hand, if one's allotted number is small and offenses are many, then the units are soon exhausted and he dies early. Everything from the word says onwards is in quotes. And so is the next part. The book also says, quote, those who aspire to be terrestrial immortals should accomplish, I don't want to be buried in the pet cemetery. I don't want to live my life again. Those who aspire to be terrestrial immortals should accomplish 300 good deeds, and those who aspire to be celestial immortals should accomplish 1,200. If the 1,199th good deed is followed by an evil one, they will lose all their accumulation and have to start all over. It does not matter whether the good deed... Now, that sounds like punishing the people that are trying the hardest and doing the most, no? It does not matter if you're keeping score, if they've got... Okay, never mind. It does not matter. The more deeds in you are, the more you're being punished if you fuck up once. If you only did one good deed and then a bad one, then a good one, then a bad one, you never really feel like you're being punished, right? It does not matter whether the good deeds are great or the evil deed is small. Even if they do no evil but talk about their good deeds and demand reward for their charities, they will nullify the goodness of these deeds, although the other good deeds are not affected. That's pretty specific. End quote. The book further says, quote, just reading what I see, if good deeds are not sufficiently accumulated, taking the elixir of immortality will be of no help. End quote. 3, 7b to AA, 10a to B. Taoism in relation to other schools. There's only one more page. That was 3 pages. It's not even a full page. It's barely technically a full page. Taoism in relation to other schools, from Pao Pu Tzu. 10, 1a to b, 12, 1a to b. Someone said, if it were certain that one could become an immortal, if it were certain that one could become an immortal, the sages would have trained themselves to be such, but neither Duke Chu nor Confucius did so. It is clear that there is no such possibility. Pao Pu Tzu answered, a sage need not be an immortal, and an immortal need not be a sage. The sage receives a mandate from heaven, not to attend to the way of everlasting life, but to remove tyrants and eliminate robbers, to turn danger into security and violence into peace, to institute ceremonies and create musical systems, to propagate laws and give education, to correct improper manners and reform degenerate customs, to assist rulers who are in danger of downfall, and to support those states that are about to collapse. What the ordinary people call sages are all sages who regulate the world, but not sages who attain Tao. The Yellow Emperor and Lao Tzu were sages who attained Tao, while Duke Chu and Confucius were sages who regulated the world. 12, 1a to b. Someone asked, which is first and which is last, Confucianism or Taoism? Pao Pu Tzu answered, Taoism is the essence of Confucianism, and Confucianism is an appendage to Taoism. First of all, there was the, quote, teaching of the yin-yang school, which had many taboos that made people constrained and afraid. I'm just going to continue saying, quote, unquote. You wouldn't normally, but I'm just so used to doing it, not because I was taught that in school. You know where I got it from? Watching these motherfuckers reading shit on the media in English. You think my family ever said quote unquote? I asked them what it meant. They're like, I don't know. Fuck you too. So because this is a book reading about a book, I'm going to try not to say that over and over. Taoism. Pao Pu Tzu answered, Taoism is the essence of. There's like 6 fucking sets of quotes in the, but they're all back to back. Taoism is the essence of Confucianism, and Confucianism is an appendage to Taoism. First of all, most of the following is quoted from the essay on the 6 philosophical schools by the Han historian Su Ma Tan, D. 110 BC. First of all, there was the teaching of the yin-yang school, which had many taboos that made people constrained and afraid. The Confucianists had extensive learning, but little that was essential. They worked hard, but achieved little. Moism emphasized thrift, but was difficult to follow. It's not Maoism. It says M-O-I-S-N. Moism emphasized thrift, but was difficult to follow, and could not be practiced exclusively. The legalists, oh, that sounds dangerous, were severe and showed little kindness. Oh. They destroyed humanity and righteousness. The teachings of the Taoist school alone enable men's spirits to be concentrated and united, and their action to be in harmony with the formless. Taoism embraces the good points of both Confucianism and Moism. There's a dash here, even though it's on one line. Moism. It combines, I need Moism. It combines the essentials of the legalists and logicians. The logicians. Hey, what are those guys up to? I could probably get along with them better than any of these other motherfuckers. It changes with the times and responds to the transformations of things. Its precepts, where'd the apostrophe go? Are you fucking kidding me? 1960, it's Columbia University. Its precepts are simple and easy to understand. Its works are few, but its achievements many. It is devoted to the simplicity that preserves the great heritage and adheres to the true and correct source. 10, 1A to B. I like all of that. Oh, we get to evil after. Well, we can't get to it before, can we? Sources of Chinese tradition. Columbia University Press. $3.50 in the 60s. I don't know. $3.50. Like, phone calls were like 10 cents, right? 5 cents, 10 cents. But it was, they weren't driving around with cell phones. Oh, they existed, but if you had to have shitloads of money, it'd probably be like a cop. Damn it.
In hospitals, thousands of lives were actually saved. A group home in Markham battling a COVID-19 outbreak is now reporting the deaths of 2 more residents. Participation House says it now brings the total number of deaths to 6 in that home. 40 of the 42 residents there in the home for adults with physical and mental disabilities have tested positive for COVID-19, and 38 staff members have also contracted the virus. Well, scammers are using this pandemic to their advantage in a big way. Toronto police say they've seen an increase in the number of phishing scams, with fraudsters playing on people's COVID-19 concerns. Detective Sergeant John Menard with the cybersecurity unit shares some advice to avoid getting duped.
Just reach out and call them directly. Never provide your payment, credit card, username, or any information online unless you know who you're dealing with. If you get a request from a loved one to send money, especially during this time, reach out and call them first to make sure that they've actually made the request.
And Menard says his team is seeing
no bother sending interact transfers to text messages, cell phones.
Government emergency benefits program. Also,
I think I might have pulled that feature actually. Maybe
will accept Bitcoin as a payment. Well, stateside now, the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention now working on a set of guidelines to help restaurants, schools, churches, and businesses reopen as states start to lift some of their restrictions.
Send them $5 and tell them to set it up to auto deposit. If you ever send them money later, it'll go straight to their account. It won't go to, they don't have to request nothing from you. There's no PIN number to enter. So the wire transfer is free.
Which reopened Monday. Owner James Smith says they're taking all the precautions.
We knew with our model that we could reduce our footprint in our restaurant, and then abide by the sanitizing guidelines for the CDC.
Dishwashers actually technically referred to as sanitizer.
To make passengers wear masks.
I've worked in commercial kitchens long before I got the food handler card. How to get the food handler card? By working in commercial kitchens.
It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Checking that drive. Here's Carrie Prunskis.
Hi, I'm Sherry Tabb, co-founder of the
Not hard, like I made it hard for myself. I studied as best I could and then did the fucking test.
All right.
There we go. We'll put Cherry down for a second.
This report is brought to you by 407 ETR. Now, we still have this problem eastbound on the 401 approaching Markham Road in the collectors. The two left lanes remain closed, all for vehicle fire cleanup. So traffic is jammed from McAllen and the collectors over towards Markham Road. If you use the express lanes, you won't face any delay. It does look like this problem is going to clear fairly soon, though. Eastbound 407, northbound Yorktown Town Line ramp to the eastbound 407 that remains closed. It's for scheduled construction. Should reopen around 4 o'clock this afternoon. If you're heading southbound on the 404 DVP, 2 construction spots at Stouffville Road, the right lane is closed, and then south of Stouffville Road, the right lane shut down as well. But I'm not seeing any delays going down the southbound 404. A new problem just coming in from the
On est juste mardi. Let's go, gang. Let's go, gang. On lâche pas. Ici musique.
Ici musique. Je ne peux pas jouer cette pour
rules. Together we can beat the COVID-19 virus. 407etr.com. And now with the extended forecast, here's today's San Bianchi. On and off showers till the mid-afternoon, and we'll see a cloudy sky tonight with your 7 degrees. Very active for Wednesday, showers, rain, and wind up to 25 millimeters, highs near 10 degrees. More rain for Thursday, near 10 millimeters expected, and highs near 13. We do see an improvement in temperatures for Friday, near 16 degrees, but we can still see a little bit of lingering showers in the morning. Your guaranteed high today is 9 degrees.
And right now in downtown Toronto, it's partly cloudy and 10 degrees, partly cloudy and 12 out at Pearson Airport. Now here's Cherry Tabb.
Hi, I'm Cherry Tabb, co-founder of the Herzig Eye Institute. In support of public health efforts, we have put a pause on elective surgery at our Toronto and Ottawa locations.
That's why I told people, if you're going to do the eye surgery, go get it done on a time. This would otherwise be the ideal time. You just stay home for 2 fucking weeks.
And to help you stay up to date.
Don't get both eyes done at the same time if you're getting GI care. Because you will
Google high-definition vision and sign up for my blog so we can stay connected.
At the most.
Look after yourself. Promise me.
Which is fine. You can see out the other eye. Or you get both eyes on the same day because it's simpler for them. Yeah, if you start thinking like I do. Why sell you a dime when I can sell you a 20? Right.
Well, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's mother, Margaret, is recovering after being taken to hospital following a fire in her apartment building in Montreal last night. Trudeau says he spoke to his mother this morning and is also thanking responders for their work.
I've spoken with her, and she's doing just fine. I'm thankful to everyone who's reached out, and want to also thank the first responders who were there doing an extraordinary job.
An ambulance service spokeswoman didn't identify Trudeau by name, only saying that a woman was taken to hospital with burns and suffering smoke inhalation when the fire broke out just after 11:30 last night. Well, the TSX is close to a new high for the day. We've got Chris McCusker with those details just 60 seconds from now. This is 680 News.
I want to go outside.
The economic impact of COVID-19 deepening. Food banks across Canada are concerned about not having enough food to meet the demand, with many reporting only a 2-week supply remaining. That's why Rogers is partnering with Food Banks Canada in this critical time of need by donating 1 million meals for our fellow Canadians. Let's do what we can. It's time to step up to the plate and donate.
If you're feeding 30 million people, 40 million, they said 2 million was 5%.
Make more possible.
Hey, I'm Tom Power. You might be looking for something to take your mind off of things. Well, every Sunday, we're doing a TV show from my living room where we talk to artists, athletes, frontline workers, and you just about how you're holding up. We're calling it after something we see to
Why farmers farm milk down the day? There should be an emergency. There should be a rule.
What are you at on Sundays?
In an emergency
on
order.
CBC and CBC Gem.
Anything that can't be used for your business.
Not literally.
You should be required to make the best efforts to see if the government has a need for it. If it's plainly obvious that there's a need for it.
We're going to check in at the Business Center with Chris McCusker. Chris, TSX doing pretty good today.
Yes,
put the onus on you.
Higher for a third straight
30,000
day.
whatever units, whatever fucking milk
to a new high for the day, 14,854. It's a gain of 1.4%. And Bay Street is also coming off a 5th straight winning week. On Wall Street, the situation has improved. The Dow right now is higher for a 5th session. So it's looking at its longest winning streak since January, up by 124. At one point today, it jumped
Somebody
by about 400
at the factory
points.
warehouse,
But it
whatever,
has also
has the
spent
time of day
some time in the red.
to laser print
The
on the
S&P
can.
is higher by 9 points, the
Government
NASDAQ up by
issue,
28.
food bank
So
milk.
in the U.S. today, we found out the
It's
consumer
UHT if it's in
confidence
a can.
gauge saw
Ultra
a
high
record
temperature
plunge
past
to
ice. It never goes
86.9
bad.
in
There's no
April
expiry.
from
It don't go bad till 10 weeks.
118.8.
Once the 10
Adam
weeks, it might
Hennick
be a
is
problem.
investment advisor at Hennick Wealth.
We have a market that's within 15%, of its
This was
all-time high,
7-Eleven.
which
Check
is
the creamers.
sort
They
of
say
surprising
UHT.
because we have an economy
And
that's
if you
shut
put
down.
ice on it,
And
it's
we don't
wet.
know how
And
long
like
it's
you
going to
put
go
your
on.
hands in there.
I
It's
find it
UHT. It never
encouraging
needs to
that
be
the
refrigerated.
markets
Put
are
a bag of it in the
stronger
cooler,
in
but it
light
never
of
needs
the
to be refrigerated.
pandemic. And
Are you
the
hearing
reason
it?
why I
There's
find
no
it
reason to be
encouraging
refrigerating
is
it or putting ice on
that
it.
usually people vote with their wallets. So when the markets are going higher, it's telling you that the impact
No longer make your
longer
own
term on
coffee
the
at 7-Eleven.
economy is something that we can handle.
Now, Southwest Airlines is posting its first
Sardine
quarterly
money.
loss
Phew!
in almost a decade, and it doesn't see any
FEW.
improvement in air travel on the horizon.
And
The
here's a
carrier
train that
says
says
it's
Canada
going to a
on the
loss
front.
of $94 million for the quarter ending March 31st.
The
compared to
Canadian.
a
Le
profit of
Canadien. No
$387
N-E.
million
Damn
last
it.
year. And not entirely
Where's my
surprising,
passport?
travel has essentially been at a standstill during the pandemic. Now, earlier today, shares in Southwest Airlines got close to a 6-year low, $28.25. Now the stock is higher by 2.3% to $29.81
They don't want
a
us to
share.
know that.
The price per gold is down $2, $17.21.
No, I know. I
Oil
watched
has
this last
also
night.
been all over the place today. So right now it's off by
The
41
only person who
cents
touched
to
it, the only person who touched it.
$12.38, a drop of about 3%. And the Canadian dollar's higher by 71.49 cents US. So again, the Dow higher by 97,
Phew.
the TSX up by 198.
Oh, that takes some
I'm
doesn't
Chris
it?
McCusker.
No, I just
This
need a
is
picture of that train that
680
says
News.
Canadian with no N-E because I'm not a girl. I didn't select to be treated as if it says M.
Support of RBC, we're focusing on the heart of the Canadian economy, small businesses. We'll travel across Canada, meet different owners, learn about their dreams and what's happened since COVID-19.
I can't believe I didn't notice that before.
Hanging in or on is how many describe their work. Lisa Taylor, founder of the Challenge Factory, is challenging that by helping her clients create productive and purposeful cultures.
Almost like
She
they
has an
sized it
amazing
perfectly
business,
for that,
and then COVID-19 arrives and everything turns upside down. Lisa needs to reposition. Canada's thought leaders step in with advice for her and for all of us. Download Chatter That Matters wherever you get your podcasts. And thanks again to RBC for your support of Small Business Matters.
This is your breaking news station, 680 News. When you need to know, now.
680news.com.
Taking a look now at Denise Andriachi's forecast, we are looking at mostly cloudy
But
conditions this afternoon, although we have
if
seen
you
some
hand that
sunshine.
to
Today's
an
give or
authority
take high
figure
9
in
degrees.
Canada,
Expecting some rain overnight, low down to 7
if
tomorrow.
they don't
it's gonna
ask
be
you to take
just
it out
plain crappy,
yourself
rainy
before
and
handing it to
miserable,
like,
wind gusts up to 50
they will
kilometers an hour.
not keep the
And high
$10
only
bill.
9 degrees heading into
Generally
Thursday,
speaking.
cloudy with some rain. And
Oh,
high
the
12
dumbass
right now
drug
in
drops
downtown
down
Toronto.
there.
It's
They're fucked up on
overcast
crack.
and
That's all I'm
we've got
talking
a temperature of 10 degrees. There you are. The News Watch never stops. 680 News. We are live 24/7.
Any other country in the world, I would not recommend putting money next to your passport like that. Because I might misinterpret that.
News in Toronto.
But hey,
This is 680 News.
I keep 50s in this one for the inspectors.
Good afternoon. This is Tuesday, the 28th of April.
Here's what's making news right now.
Canada's chief public health officer says there's been a slowing in the rate of
I'm running an
COVID-19
unofficial study
infections, but we
group.
need to remain vigilant and not ease restrictions too soon.
Yeah, 3 days.
Ontario hospitals have postponed
Enough.
almost 53,000 surgeries and counting because of COVID-19.
I don't want to call it collateral damage.
The health minister talks about possible deaths as a result.
Marco Muzzo, the man who drove drunk and killed 3 children and their grandfather in 2015, has another parole hearing today. The children's mother, Jennifer Neville Lake, will make a victim impact statement over the phone.
History in the making. MPs are now meeting virtually for the first time in online proceedings to debate the government's response to the health crisis caused by COVID-19.
The NHL has extended player development agreements for the 2021 campaign, and the feeling around baseball circles is the season will be played this year. Sports at 45.
deepening trouble in print, media to close 15 newspapers.
We're going to have unofficial cornfield games. I mean, major league players with bandanas on their faces playing at some corn. They wouldn't even keep proper sports. It'll just be like one after the other, taking a shot, and then running before the fucking drones find them.
Eastbound on the 401, that problem approaching Markham Road and the collectors
two lined-up cameras and one.
And it really didn't take very long for that backup to clear as well. So we're back to a good drive on the eastbound 401. Just watch out for some construction as you head through Meadowvale and the Express. Of the left lane block there. Now, if you're on the northbound 404, it bunches up as you're approaching 16th Avenue. The left lane is closed. That's all due to construction. And Toronto bound on the QEW, it's jammed solid from just past Victoria to approaching Ontario Street. That's heading into Beamsville, and that's due to construction taking out the two left lanes. So plan an alternate route. MTO reporting a collision on the northbound 410 approaching Mayfield. The left lane blocked there, so traffic is a bit busy in that area. And it's a slow drive out of downtown on the westbound Gardner, jammed up from the DDP to Jarvis. Don't forget the rail to Young Bay York that remains closed for construction, but west of Jarvis, the westbound Gardner is wide open. Ontario Subaru dealerships are standing by and ready to help with your essential automotive needs. Keep taking care of each other, and Subaru will take care of you. And now with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
A gloomy day today with on and off showers until at least the mid-afternoon, and then we're mostly cloudy through the evening. Overnight, we could see a few showers, lows near 7 degrees. Your guaranteed high today is 9.
Overcast in downtown Toronto and 12 degrees. This is 680 News.
Canada's chief public health officer is out with a warning about lifting COVID-19 restrictions too early.
680's Irene Franklin is here with the latest. The country works to keep the death toll from the virus low.
The number of cases in Canada has been doubling every 16 days. When the last modeling report was released, it was every 3 to 5 days. Dr. Teresa Tam, Canada's chief public health officer, says physical distancing is working.
In order for the epidemic to die out, we need to get to the point where each infected individual is only transmitting the virus to less than one other person, which is one of the primary objectives of all of our public health measures.
Right now, the level is at just above 1, and in March, each person was passing the virus to just over 2 people. Officials say Canada could have between 54 and 67,000 cases by next Tuesday, and between 33 to 3,900 deaths. I'm Irene Franklin. The province reporting 525 new cases today and 59 more deaths as Health Minister Christina Elliott reveals dozens of people with cardiac issues have likely died because their surgery was postponed due to the pandemic. 680's Mark Douglas is following that story and joins us live with the latest. Mark.
So, Jenna, because Ontario hospitals have to devote space and resources to all the COVID-19 patients out there, almost 53,000 surgeries across the province have already been postponed. And today, Minister of Health Christine Elliott is talking about those delays leading to patients dying.
So it's
that's nice.
Something that has happened. It is, I don't want to call it collateral damage because they are death.
Elliott points to new numbers released by University Health Network. Their modeling shows there may have been 35 deaths already because of delayed cardiac surgeries alone. Elliott says any postponement of any surgery is based on the advice of medical experts and a pandemic plan that was already drawn up years ago. And she adds, because so much of hospital resources have been devoted to the pandemic.
We also saved thousands of lives by moving as quickly as we did.
New numbers about surgery delays coming from the Financial Accountability Office of Ontario, and they also predict more than 12,000 delayed surgeries per week to come as the pandemic continues. Reporting live, I'm Mark Douglas.
So many restaurant owners are struggling because of the pandemic. Premier Ford says the government's helping the industry financially as well as allowing for takeout and alcohol delivery.
Oh, traditionally it'd be eyewash dishes, right?
Towards all businesses, opposed to one sector. And we're going to continue on the branch. It was over a $900 million.
That's right.
If you want to call that a certain bailout as well, that's a tremendous amount of money. And again, trying to keep the facilities that they're renting open.
Ford says the province only has so much money to go around. He says he'll talk to the PM about further financial help.
We're going to hit 500
This is 680
billion.
News. A group home in Markham battling a COVID-19 outbreak is reporting the deaths of 2 more residents. Participation House says this brings the total number of deaths there to 6. 40 of the 42 residents at the home for adults with physical and mental disabilities have tested positive for COVID-19. 38 staff members have also contracted the virus.
Federal politicians today meeting virtually for the first time ever, with nearly 90% of MPs logged on to take part in the online proceedings. The Zoom gathering allows the opposition to question the government on the COVID pandemic while respecting physical distancing.
At the start of this historic online proceeding, MPs of all parties noting the way the whole country has rallied together to help in the fight against COVID-19, including Health Minister Patty Hajdu.
I'm confident that we will emerge from the pandemic stronger and more united as a country.
However, the opposition is critical of how the government has responded to this pandemic. The Conservatives questioning why we didn't have enough personal protective equipment in our stockpiles. As well.
Hey, you're the paranoid gun toting, prepare for everything, motherfuckers. Don't you have a Quonset hut full of fucking masks, motherfucker? No, you didn't. Saskatchewan only bought them at the last minute. Or Alberta, or whoever, and donated them to us because we needed them first, because they know we'll give them back later when we don't need them as bad. Different masks, not the same.
Essential medical equipment.
We're going to make masks.
He's also stressing the need to address issues at long-term care facilities. Now, the meeting has not gone without some technical glitches. Please unclick your mute.
We'll throw a tune in a machine and get a mask with an Ontario Trillium logo
on it. The speaker
it.
did say he was expecting tech issues to pop up as MPs adjust to this new format.
The parole hearing for convicted drunk driver Marco Muzzo is virtual today. Muzzo killed 3 children and their grandfather in a car crash in 2015. 680's Moment Crushy joins us live now with that. Moment.
It's just another one of those things that's being affected by the
whatever
pandemic.
amount. Okay, we need money to come back somehow.
Parole hearing today. It's actually his second parole hearing.
Perfect vending machine for it at the
parole was denied. Now the reason the pandemic was affecting this one, the big way it was affecting this one, is that Jennifer Neville Lake was the mother of 3 young children who were killed. Daniel, Harry, and Millie Neville Lake, and her father was also killed in that crash. Was not going to be able to give her victim impact statement, but the parole board changed its mind, saying it's that she can give it virtually, so she'll be doing it over the phone. I was in the courtroom when she made her first victim impact statement several years ago, and the sentencing of Muzzo was very powerful and very heartbreaking.
Right after trial,
today, so we'll find out whether Muzzo will be granted parole or will have to serve out more of the sentence. Reporting live, I'm Moment Crushy.
This is 680 News. Scammers keep using the pandemic to their advantage. Police say they're seeing an increase in the number of phishing scams.
We're going to fucking rob you blind of that money and spend it at the Ontario.
Unit shares some advice to avoid getting duped.
If it's a streaming company or
I don't know what we're going to spend it on, but we'll just throw it.
Just reach out and call them directly.
Big pile of money.
Your payment, credit card,
liquor store bags,
or any information online unless
we'll throw it in liquor store bags at the liquor store.
If you get a request from a loved one to send money, especially during these times, reach out and call them first to make sure that they've actually made the request.
The detective says the team is seeing a lot of texts and emails claiming to be part of the COVID government emergency benefits program. As well, no government agency will accept
Don't reply to that message.
Tourism officials in Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal are adding up the losses they're incurring because of business conference and convention cancellations because of the pandemic. Tourism Toronto estimates 120,000 fewer business visitors from April through June, representing a loss of about $250 million in spending. Montreal's Tourism Association says at least 70,000 hotel bookings and $55 million in sales will evaporate. And Vancouver's reporting a similar situation with business bookings canceled through December.
Ontario's elementary teachers have ratified their new contract with the provincial government. The Elementary Teachers Federation says 97% of its teacher members voted in favor of the 3-year deal. It'll see teachers get salary increases of 1% a year for 3 years and 4% annual increases to benefits.
This is 680 News.
Oh, I know. It's a stripped book, and neither the publisher nor the author has received payment. I doubt it. You probably call it. I think I have the cover. That's what I was looking for.
Could you use $20,000? $30,000? How about $300,000? With a home equity loan from Capital.
I'm looking for the ISBN number.
What do you need? The money you could really use right now is a simple phone call away. Compared to the banks these days, Capital Direct's lending criteria is not as strict. If you own property, Capital Direct.
Sure, I own property.
It's that simple. Call them today at 1-800-NEW-CAPITAL. CapitalDirect.ca.
Oh, you know what? We're going to change that up.
Traffic and weather together on the ones. Now here's Carrie Prunskis. This report is brought to you by Canadian Women's Foundation. MTO reporting a collision on the northbound 410 approaching Mayfield. The left lane is blocked. It looks like only a minor slowdown in this area, but watch out for that northbound 410 as you approach Mayfield. Again, it's the left lane that's blocked. The heaviest route overall right now is outside the GTA. It's on the Toronto-bound QEW approaching Ontario Street in Beamsville. That's where the two left lanes are closed.
Beamsville is on QEW.
Traffic is jammed from just past Victoria, but a 3-kilometer delay in that area. So plan an alternate route. It still looks like the North Service Road is moving along at a much better pace. Now, if you're traveling the eastbound 401 across the city, at Meadowvale in the Express, the left lane is closed for construction, so it slows just a little bit as you head through that construction zone. And a heads up, eastbound 407, you can't get to that route from northbound York-Durham Town Line. That ramp to the eastbound 407 is shut down for construction. And westbound on the 401, just west of Kiel in the Collectors, the two left lanes are closed for road work, so it slows just a little bit. And another minor delay northbound on the 404 as you're approaching 16th Avenue, the left lane closed there for road work. Getting around on city streets, Don Mills, it's busy in both directions as you approach the DVP. Only one lane is getting through each way, and again, that's because of some construction. Vulnerable women and girls need shelter, crisis support, and programs now more than ever.
I just gave you the
perfect COVID-19.
example.
CanadianWomen.org.
I know better than to breathe out into an ashtray. I was a little kid in the 80s. There were ashtrays everywhere.
Today, and then a mostly cloudy sky tonight. Lows near 7 degrees.
That huff is because the damn thing's dead.
Wednesday,
it's
starting off
already
the
dead.
Showers, highs near 10, and then
It's
steady
already
rain
fucking dead.
tomorrow up to
I'm not
25
even joking.
millimeters and strong gusty winds out of the east up to 50 kilometers
This one's
per
big
hour
enough to
gusts.
photograph.
Your guaranteed high
I'm
today
not going
is
to
9
bother.
degrees.
Overcast in downtown Toronto and 12 degrees.
Now
This
the
is more
Dynamic
my
Funds
notes than
Market
proof of
Minute, the
anything.
Business Center. Here's Richard
You can
Southern.
reproduce this. I won't be surprised. I think on studies on
A bit of a
malaria.
choppy trade. Right now, we are looking at an uptick for most of the main benchmarks. The TSX gains 206 points. It's up to 14,848. It is down 12% on the year now. That
14 to
year-to-date
16
number
is
we're
not bad.
watching
That's a good
closely.
buy
It's improved a
position.
little bit
Above
here.
16 to
Certainly
hold,
in the
or
last
even
few
sell
weeks.
position,
On Wall
depending on
Street
what you
right now,
bought
the
in.
TS,
I'm
the
talking
Dow,
about index
Dow Jones
funds.
Industrial Average is
Only
down
talking
76
index, I
points.
only buy index
I'm
funds.
sorry, the Dow's up 76 points. It's been all over the map today, but the Dow's
TSX,
higher by
right?
76 at 24,210.
Money
S&P
market
is up
funds.
by 6 points, equivalent to a
Nothing else.
quarter of 1%. The NASDAQ is down, falling 48 points. We're looking at some big technology earnings coming in after the bell from the likes of Facebook and Microsoft, and of course you'll hear those results here. Price for gold is down to $1,721 US the ounce, and the Canadian dollar higher.
Oh, it's crawling. It's crawling.
Cents US.
It's
Oil
running.
continues to drop.
But
It's
not in the old. It's going.
$12.73. As you want to minute, this is 680 News. Research shows that investors who work with an advisor accumulate 3.9 times more assets than those who don't.
Well.
Advice matters.
Very
Now
unhealthy
more than
very
ever.
quickly.
Learn more at dynamic.ca.
It was big and fat when I pulled it off my leg.
Reorganize the
It's
basement,
all fucked
and
up
feng
now.
shui your living room. Now it's time to get outside and tackle the garden. During this time, it's time to get the soil and resources you need. So lessmess.ca has made it easier and safer to get
Hey,
topsoil,
all I know is it
mulch,
makes my
compost,
skin itch
sand,
like
and
crazy
stone
when my
delivered
blood
to your
cells
home with
explode.
the Less Mess
That's all I know.
Enviro Bag. Not only do you
Rupture
get
term,
free
the medical
soil
term
and
I
a sealed
found is
Less Mess
rupture.
Enviro Bag, but lessmess.ca
Explode.
offers quick, no contact delivery to keep
Feels like
everything safe
explosions.
and secure. Visit
I feel my blood
lessmess.ca
cells rupturing.
into
What do
your
you mean?
garden.
No, it feels like my
Numbers are
blood is
staggering. In
exploding.
Canada, on
Are you
average,
angry?
2 employees
No.
are killed every day in work-related incidents. Many more
Not
are
in the
injured or become
conventional
sick from
sense.
hazardous substances. UA Local 853 Sprinkler Fitters of Ontario points out that April
Aren't you black,
28th
but you look
is
white? That's like the
International
best of all
Day
worlds,
Mourning,
buddy.
a day to
I'm
remember
gonna
those
fucking kill
killed
you.
or injured.
Leave me
On
alone.
April 28th, let's pause to remember those lost or hurt while working and commit to a safer workplace. A message from the membership of UA Local 853.
I wouldn't change it.
Sprinkler
Nothing.
Fitters of
I'm just saying.
Ontario.
It is what people tell me what they think my life would be like. No matter what part of my life I tell them, when they tell me what they think my life would be like.
Up to cloudy, 10 degrees in downtown Toronto. Good afternoon from the 680 News Broadcast Center. I'm Sljana Tominsic.
And I'm James Monroe. Here's what's making news right now.
Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Teresa Tam, says the
I did
modeling
not
data
put my
the government
hands on that
released 3
guy.
weeks ago did not foresee the large number of deaths in
Coffee
long-term
shop.
care
When I
homes.
spilled my coffee, I
Underestimating
never
where we would be
replaced
by
it.
now. She's warning of a higher
You know
number of
what?
cases and
Coffee on the
deaths
floor,
this
the
time next
stairwell.
week. Ontario
It's not
hospitals
piss,
have
it's not
postponed
beer, it's
almost
not blood.
53,000 surgeries and counting because of the pandemic.
They'll be relieved to see it. I left the cup.
It's likely dozens of people with cardiac issues have died because of this.
Pick up the cup.
Yet known how many people with cancer have been affected. And convicted drunk driver Marco Musso up for a second hearing today. The proceedings happening online with a victim impact statement to be made over the phone.
Time now for 680 Sports.
From Sportsnet 590, The Fan, here's Alex Xero.
We should start seeing some European
Dollarama, why don't you sell tins of milk? You could sell them for the same $1.50 that the fucking grocery store does.
Of their player
Hey,
development
you charge
agreement
$2. Who the fuck cares?
A
Can
new
you
one-year
please do
agreement
something?
has been reached with the
Help
Swiss
me
League and the
fix
Swiss
this
Ice
supply
Hockey
chain
Federation,
issue.
while the NHL and the CHL have extended their agreement.
Oh yeah, I want to
by
try
1 year.
ordering water
Hockey
in
Canada,
cans.
meanwhile, has canceled the
you gotta
2020
pay for
Olympic
it,
Gretzky Cup because of COVID-19. The event serves as the first real scouting opportunity for the 2021 NHL draft. It was
I
to be
want to
held
buy
early
one
August
case
in Edmonton,
set it
a city
aside
that
and
could
participate that
be an
way.
NHL hub this summer. Ken Rosenthal
I'm not sure
reporting
if I
that those
can.
at the highest of levels with Major League Baseball remain confident that we will see some type of season this year. When, where, and how it'll look all remains to be seen, but a July 4th start date is being floated out there, and that could mean a season of 80 to 100
It's 24
games
cans for
with
$44 or
expanded
something.
playoffs.
16-ounce
NFL
cans.
news, free agent offensive lineman DJ
12-ounce
Fluker
cans are
is
not
expected to
proper
sign with
water.
the Baltimore Ravens, and the Kansas City Chiefs have cut ties with longtime punter Dustin Colquitt. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour, or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
We all love well-groomed lawns, but did you know they're harmful to pollinators? By naturalizing our grass-covered landscapes, we can help declining bee and butterfly populations recover. So invite life back into our yards. Make gardens beautiful and beneficial by adding native plants. Encourage your municipality to do the same, mowing less and adding native vegetation to roadsides, power corridors, and other rights.
You look like you're everything, bro. What the
Federation
fuck?
is saying, grow it, don't mow it. Together,
He's
we can
red
be
in places he wasn't red a second
pollinators.
ago.
Learn more at helpsthepollinators.ca.
New Life Fertility Center isn't going
I'm gonna fuck
anywhere.
around and it's
We're
gonna
doing
fly
our
up
part
my
by
hair or
closing
some
6 of
shit.
our locations and not
Bite
taking on
my
new
ass 3
patients.
fucking times with
We're
the
taking
eyebrow. You'd
extraordinary
be like, oh,
measures
did you
to
still have
keep our
eyebrow ring?
location
No, I
open
fucking
so that we
pissed
can
off bed
continue to
bug got
monitor
me
those
back after I
already
killed
well
him.
on their
He
way
wasn't
to
dead
starting a
yet.
family.
I killed
When
him.
Canada is back up and running strong,
He
count
avenged
on
his
New
own
Life
death.
Fertility Center to
3
be
to
there,
1, just like the
helping
book
to
said.
ease the financial burden of IVF treatment. Until then, New Life wishes you good health.
That's why I got
Stay
the bed
safe.
bug tattoo under my eye, though.
This is 680 News. South of the border today, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says the number of new COVID-19 patients
I
is
killed
down
it once.
slightly
You
in the
killed me
state.
3
The number of
times.
COVID hospitalizations per day, these are new people who are newly diagnosed with COVID. It's under 1,000, which is good news.
Oh, somebody did so. 650.
Significant number of people, 900 people.
As a used
Cuomo
book,
says the
though,
data
I
is the
imagine.
latest
I don't
sign of
think, I'm
slowly
sure I have
decreasing
it
pressure on
covered.
the healthcare system. The daily death toll also dropped again with 335 deaths reported yesterday. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's mother, Margaret, is recovering after being taken to hospital following a fire in her apartment building in Montreal. Trudeau said he spoke with her this morning and is also thanking first responders for their work.
I've spoken with her, and she's doing just fine. I'm thankful to everyone who's reached out, and want to also thank the first responders who were there doing an extraordinary job.
An ambulance service
Mick
spokesman
Jagger
didn't
commented.
identify Trudeau by name, only saying a woman was taken to hospital with burns and suffering smoke inhalation late last night. The Ontario Financial Accountability Office is out with a report
This ain't
of the
Britain. You're
effects
not
of
going to get those
COVID-19 on
same
the
tabloid
province's
pictures
hospital
and shit.
capacity. The FAO says in the lead up to the outbreak, hospitals averaged
This is the market for it.
96% occupancy, leaving only about 900 open acute care beds. By funding new acute care beds, canceling elective surgeries, and relocating 1,000 patients, the province was able to free up over 9,000 more beds, over 2,000 of those critical care. The report says if the state of emergency measures announced on March 17th had been implemented just 5 days later, the number of COVID-19 patients in critical care would have been over 4 times greater than what has occurred to date. Here with All News Radio 680 News. Wood is burning again in pizza ovens across Naples after a 2-month-long COVID-19 lockdown meant an end to their most iconic food.
Pizzerias reopened Monday night in the birthplace of pizza.
Okay, pizza shops, that was your unofficial order. You are essential businesses. Get the fuck back to work. You need change? Do you need me to go withdraw some 5s and bring them to you? Or you give me 20s and I'll put them back. And tomorrow we'll do the same thing against you at 5s. I'm like, what's the deal?
For COVID-19 infections. Meanwhile, Austrian officials say the rate of infections there has steadied.
If I don't have to pay a fee, I mean, but if I pay with Interact, You're supposed to take your card over there and withdraw some vibes, so you have some goddamn change. You don't have coins? Okay, I get it. But you can't. You can get the bills from the machine quickly. Like,
I just got off the phone with the traffic spotter. Watch out on the eastbound 401 as you're approaching Kennedy and the Collectors. The center lane is blocked with a stalled vehicle. The driver lost something out of its vehicle, so the driver is picking that piece of debris up off the highway. So watch out for this eastbound 401 as you're approaching Kennedy in the Collectors.
This is the same place where we get cyclists.
I'll call no
Olympic cyclists.
right after this report. Some construction eastbound 401 through Meadowvale in the Express. The left lane is closed there, but only a minor slowdown in that area. Westbound on the 401.
The cops get called for a guy with a gun and an assault rifle on the highway on the embankment, and he's got an umbrella. He's got an umbrella. I had no idea it looked like a gun. It's an umbrella. It's an umbrella. Not like an umbrella painted to look like a gun. He wasn't. Like, even if he did, it's an umbrella, right? Like, if he did, you go, oh, look at him, he's got an umbrella, and he's shooting us with his umbrella gun.
And as well, Toronto-bound QEW, it's jammed up from just past Victoria to approaching Ontario
Street.
That's heading into
Airsoft
Beansville.
Is it airsoft?
Ontario Street, the two left lanes are closed. It's all for construction. Don't forget when these lanes are going to reopen. So in the meantime, plan an alternate route. You'll find the service roads moving much better.
If it's not illegal, so you just told them to call the cops every time somebody's starting to break the law. But
spread the price of your purchase over several monthly payments with no hidden fees. Shop with Easy Pay now at tsc.ca. And now with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
On and off showers till the mid-afternoon, and then we'll see a cloudy sky tonight, lows near 7 degrees. Very active for Wednesday, showers, rain, and wind up to 25 millimeters, highs near 10 degrees. More rain for Thursday, near 10 millimeters expected, and highs near 13. We do see an improvement in temperatures for Friday, near 16 degrees, but we could still see a little bit of lingering showers in the morning. Your guaranteed high today is 9 degrees.
I'm surprised I don't have the craziest number of typos on this 12 degrees.
Coming up at 3, Canada's chief public health officer says the modeling data the government released a few weeks ago didn't foresee the large number of deaths in long-term care homes. Says the numbers could be higher this time next week. We'll have the latest at 3.
At BDO Debt Solutions, they know that life is full of unexpected events that can weaken your financial well-being. Many people who come to BDO for help have to go through tough times and take on debt in order to survive. If you're experiencing difficulty, a BDO licensed insolvency trustee can provide a free initial consultation and offer you services over the phone to explain all your debt relief options and help you find a solution that works for you and your family. Call 1-855-BDO-DEBT to book a free over-the-phone consultation.
We work for you.
From talking to the newsmakers
To getting the answers to what you need to know about COVID-19.
and answers about your job and finances.
If you have a question, ask it at 680news.com/answers.
680 News gets the answers.
We're in this together.
680 News, working for you.
Finger spelling. I need the fucking
Here with All
goddamn.
News Radio, 680 News. The Mounties have scheduled a news briefing for 3
So for me,
this afternoon,
when I
and
was
they're
a kid,
expected to
I
discuss
would've
some
made
of
a
the progress
calendar
they made over the
starting in
last
some
5 days
corner
in
of
their
my room
investigation into the
from January
renovations
to
that killed
December
22
of the
people.
first year I was
During their
born.
last
We
briefing
do
on
that every
Friday,
year.
police showed a detailed timeline of the killings that began after the
I
gunman
would
assaulted
have
his longtime girlfriend. Over the course
posters
of 13 hours,
finger
the gunman
spelling.
targeted some of his victims and killed others at random
Oh.
over a 90-kilometer stretch of northern Nova Scotia. Toronto police reporting several people becoming ill after taking an
Oh, they're
unknown
doing this hero
narcotic
worship.
over the
It's not
last
even
week.
hero worship
Police
shit.
between
It's martyrdom.
Thursday
Because
of
I know what
last week
happened.
and yesterday.
Oh,
2
fuck
people
the
died in their
bitch.
homes
Rose
from
before
overdosing
hose.
on
I
this
know
drug.
what the fuck
Police
these
want to
assholes are
prevent as
doing.
many
I
deaths as
know
possible.
they
They're
don't want
asking people
female
who want to take
cops.
drugs anyway
They feel
to be
threatened by
extremely
it.
cautious and not do it alone. If you or anyone you know
Oh,
becomes
they won't
seriously
shoot
sick
you.
after
Well,
consuming
some other guy
narcotic,
is still.
you're asked to please
Let
get
it
to a hospital
happen.
as soon as possible. Business is next.
And they'll be fucking claiming that it's like I need some time off. It's
your efforts
it's
to
an extra
beat
compensation because I'm
COVID-19
so
are making a
distraught
difference.
over the loss
Staying
of my
home,
fellow
physical distancing,
officer.
and hand washing are working. But we have to keep going. This is when it matters most. Don't put your family
Toronto
and
police
friends
make
at
claims
risk. Stay
to a
home.
fund. I believe it's
Stay
provincial,
strong.
but I don't remember that.
Save
The
lives.
victim,
Learn more at
I think it's called the Victim Compensation Fund.
ontario.ca/coronavirus.
I don't know. I know one person in my whole life that applied to it
disability insured denies your long-term
because they had
claim.
quite a bit of significant photographic evidence. In fact, they took a serious ass for no reason.
My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability insured denies
police
your
will
disability
apply
claim
to
for
this
any reason,
fund
or if your employer threatens
for
to fire
merely
you because you're too
responding
sick
to
work,
normal
call me
calls in the course of their
416-661-4878.
duties
When don't worry about
the people reporting the crimes themselves aren't applying for the compensation.
When you get paid,
They're not interested in applying for compensation.
Remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878.
The person I'm talking about couldn't work or nothing for them. They lost more than what got physically took from them. They lost a pack of cigarettes. But it's an expensive ass pack of cigarettes.
Growing trouble in the newspaper business. Post Media, the owners of the National Post,
Brunswick, Canada, Maine, New Hampshire. Thank you. Thank you. I've not gone through this yet.
15 community newspapers. As the company says it's struggling with the financial fallout from the COVID-19 outbreak. There's been a big drop-off in advertising in print. Here in Ontario, a number of community papers will close, including the Tilbury Times and Lakeshore News. Post Media's president and CEO Paul Godfrey said he's taking a 30% pay cut. But even with that cut, he'll still be making $1.7 million annually. Post Media stock unchanged at $1.50.
Now 1.4, 1.7. So you were over 2. You were over 2 and change, eh?
Official
$1 million fucking toonies.
Face masks.
We're gonna fill a bucket one day just to see how many fucking toonies it takes to fill a fucking 5-gallon bucket. I got one.
Maple Leafs face masks, should you choose.
I got 2.
The league says
double check.
It is operating licensed cloth coverings for all 31 teams on its website, nhlshop.com. The proceeds go to support food banks in both Canada and the United States. The masks sell for $25 each. All right, things looking a little bit better when it comes to your portfolio here. The TSX this afternoon is trading at a 7-week high. No, we'll certainly take that. It's been a little bit of a comeback here as of late.
Ounces to grams, 28.35. Grams to ounces, 0.035. Ounces to kilograms, 0.45. It's pretty close. Kilograms to pounds, 2.2.
Stocks on the move at 28 grams. That's up 11% at $21.
1 pound equals 0.455
gaining more than 11% at $34.49. A little bit of weakness in cannabis with Canopy Growth down almost 5% at $23.44. On Wall Street, we are looking at the benchmarks are off their morning highs. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the U.S.'s top infectious disease expert,
1 gram
may have taken the exchanges off the best levels after he warned about U.S. states opening prematurely, saying that they could be in for, quote, a bad fall. Right now, we got the Dow Jones Industrial Average up just 27 points at 24,161. S&P's turning lower, it's down a point. NASDAQ's down 72 points. We got some big name earnings out of the tech space on the way, including Google's parent Alphabet, which will report results after the close today. Google stock is down 2% right now. Canadian dollars moving higher to 71.45 cents US. And the top stories, all your need-to-know news is next on 680 News.
How much money would you like to save?
Oh, he's lively, right all the way up to the top of the tin. That's why I use a tin with a rim on it.
30%. With Allstate Safe Drivers can save 30% just by doing something they're already doing. Driving safe. That's right, 30% just by driving safe. Visit allstate.ca or call a local agent for a quote.
You don't look healthy.
And see just how much you can save when you drive safe.
It's changing colors. The blood is changing to black, red to black.
Terms and conditions apply.
All the blood that was in him already is turning
Ontario's
black.
doctors
That's
are ready
crazy.
to look after your healthcare needs by telephone and video.
That's blood poisoning.
These virtual visits are covered
If
by
my
OPEC,
veins turn
so
black
you don't
like that,
pay
that would be blood
out-of-pocket
poisoning.
fees. Your
I know
family
that scrap
physician
metal,
will provide the care
tetanus
you
and all
need
that.
from the comfort and safety of your home. Call your doctor's office to schedule an appointment.
No.
For more information, visit virusfacts.ca. This message is brought to you by the Ontario Medical Association.
Checking the 680 News regional weather conditions. Oakville overcast and 6. In Hamilton overcast and 8. Downtown Toronto, we have a little bit of sun and 10 degrees. 680 News to CFTR AM Toronto. It's 3 o'clock.
Number 1.
for breaking news, traffic, bad weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
Here are James Monroe and Slajana Tominzik.
Good afternoon. It's Tuesday, April 28th.
Here's what's making news right now. Federal officials have released the latest
Bond
COVID-19 predictions and say the spread is
Pine
flattening,
Street,
but
Carroll
residents of
Street,
long-term care
Thomas
homes are
Street.
being
You don't say
warned
fucking
accounting
street,
for both
Danforth.
Tens of thousands of surgeries delayed in Ontario because of COVID-19 may be killing patients.
Approximately 35 people may have passed away.
The man who killed 3 children and their grandfather while driving drunk in 2015 has his second parole hearing today. The mother of those children will be making a victim impact statement over the phone.
Jake Muzzin says his broken hand is healing up and he'll be ready when hockey returns. And the 2020 Hlinka Gretzky Cup has been canceled.
The one time you get injured in hockey, it don't matter.
That's trading at its highest level in 7 weeks. Wall Street a bit choppy with an hour left of the trading day. Business at 26.
News time 301.
Traffic and weather together on the ones now with Toronto's most frequent traffic reports. Here's Carrie Prunskis.
This report is brought to you by AGM Renovations. We just got word from MTO about some emergency construction setting up on the eastbound 401 at James Snow Parkway. Crews are closing the right lane as well as the ramp to James Snow Parkway. It's shut down, and again, emergency construction. So eastbound on the 401, expect delays as you're heading through James Snow Parkway. It's a decent drive across the city. We had a brief problem approaching Kennedy and the collectors. That's cleared away, and just a minor slowdown eastbound 401 as you head through Meadowvale and the Express. Left lane closed there for some road work. Keep in mind there's no access to the eastbound 407 from northbound Yorktown Town Line. That ramp to the east 407 remains closed for road work. And MTO reporting a collision northbound on the 410 approaching Mayfield. The left lane is blocked there. Just a brief slowdown. If you're heading northbound on the 404, it's busy approaching 16th Avenue. That's where the left lane is closed for construction. And outside the GTA, Toronto bound on the QEW, it's jammed from just past Victoria to approaching Ontario Street in Thiemsville. The 2 left lanes are closed for road work, so plan an alternate route. For the time being, the service road looks much better. And getting around on city streets, Don Mills is slow going in both directions as you approach the DVP. Only 1 lane is getting through each way because of construction. Working from home on the couch with kids? Turn your basement into a home office suite from $4.90 a month. Visit agmbasements.com. And now with a look at the forecast, Natasha, a nice little sunny break right now. Enjoy it while you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, listen, look to the east, there's cloud. Look to the west, it's completely sunny. And we are going to get into that sun here through the rest of the afternoon. Looks like we'll probably go up another couple of degrees because of it as well. Increasing cloud again, though, overnight tonight. We've got 7 degrees for the low. That's your morning temperature. Couple of sunny breaks in there in the morning, although there's a slight chance of isolated showers through the west end to start, but fairly dry up until 2-3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. After that, it's all rain all night. Wednesday, also very gusty off the lake and a high of 13 degrees. Tonight we're down to a low of 7 degrees. It is currently 12 degrees up here.
680 News Time 303.
Well, the number of deaths has been underestimated. That word today from Canada's Chief Public Health Officer releasing updated models on the spread of COVID.
Here's 680's Irene Franklin. There are just over 49,000 COVID-19 cases in Canada, but the latest modeling shows that by this time next week, that number could be between 54 to 67,000. Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Theresa Tam, says physical distancing has been working, cutting transmission rates in half over the last 3 weeks. Tam says outbreaks in high-risk populations are the driving force behind the increases.
In particular, outbreaks in long-term care and seniors' homes are driving epidemic growth in Quebec, Ontario, and Nova Scotia currently, and are responsible for the majority of all deaths in Canada.
Tam says the models show there will likely be more deaths than initially expected, with up to 3,900 possible this time next week. So far, almost 2,800 people have died from the virus, almost 80% of those long-term care residents. I'm Irene Frecklett.
This is 680 News. Ontario's 3-day streak of seeing fewer COVID cases has come to an end. The province reporting more than 500 new cases today and 59 more deaths. And there are troubling signs. People are dying because they can't get desperately needed surgeries. 680's Mark Douglas joins us live with that. Mark. And James, pandemic patients are taking up the vast majority of hospital space and resources these days. And the Minister of Health is talking about new numbers that came out today on exactly how many surgeries in Ontario have been delayed as a result of COVID-19 and whether those delays have been leading to patients dying.
I don't want to call it collateral damage because they are deaf. And that is very concerning and sad to all of us.
Minister Christine Elliott, in particular, highlighting new numbers from University Health Network and their modeling for the result for what delays in heart surgeries alone have meant.
With respect to cardiac deaths, and it has been estimated that approximately 35 people may have passed away because their surgeries were not.
I mean, no disrespect, but we're going to hear that. Oh shit, that's right outside. I just want a damn coffee. Oh, that means I'll have to take the stairs back up. Oh, I can see it quite clearly. I love this. I don't care what anybody says. I don't view this as disease or disorder. This is incredible. I don't know how it's showing me that. That's too bright. Okay, let's see if I can adjust what I'm doing here ever so slightly. Oh, I'm supposed to hate it, right? Oh. No, this is better than a tattoo. This shit changes, eh? Like it's animated. Yeah, I might be able to line it up at just the right angle. I might not. Oh, shit. Oh, no, I could do. Oh, I'm standing here. Since I got it all perfectly posed. If I pull this down, I can see more. It doesn't help you guys much, but the irony of ironies. I'm supposed to be mad that I get sick with things. Oh, you made me sick. No. I actually am quite satisfied with this. I am not someone that hates themselves, eh? Okay, come on. Will you let me take the picture? And will it come out with any clarity whatsoever? Oh, yeah, that might work. Yeah, I think that's got it. Now I just have to figure out. What's going on? Oh, it took the picture. Did it take 2 or 3? What the fuck just happened? Oh my god. I'm so sore in the fucking chest. Yeah, you could say smoke is a factor. It's a factor, but that's not what's making my chest hurt. Motherfucker, are you doing? Like, it's tapping and locking on weird shit I'm not fucking touching. God damn. Fuck. Close enough. Yeah, no, it's not great. It's actually washed out a little bit from the light. No, I can see leg ulcers. I can see some of the fucking color pattern. That's fine. As a photographer, self-documentarian.
Serving his 10-year sentence in 2016. He was given 10 years, but has to serve 9 because of time served. This is actually his second parole hearing. He had one last year where he was denied parole. We'll find out whether it'll be granted this time or whether he'll have to keep serving the remainder of his sentence. Reporting live, I'm Owen Qureshi.
This is 680 News. The province's public elementary teachers have ratified their new 3-year contract with the Ford government. The Elementary Teachers Federation says 97% of its teacher members voted in favor of the deal. Teachers will get a 1% a year raise for 3 years and 4% annual increases to benefits. Union says the agreement also includes a preserved kindergarten model and a freeze on class sizes.
In the U.S., President Trump says he plans to sign an executive order that would address growing concerns surrounding the food supply chain in the midst of the pandemic. Trump told reporters at the White House today that the food supply is sound, even as plants close down after reporting COVID-19 cases and deaths among employees.
Well, if it's canned food, you should have been stocking up if you could.
Companies in that world. And we always work with the farmers. There's plenty of supply. There's plenty of, as you know, there's plenty of supply. It's distribution, and we will probably have that today. It was a very unique circumstance.
The governors of Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware have sent a letter to the president urging him to take action after several poultry plants have become hotspots.
That's not good.
Factual information from your trusted source. We're in this together. 680 News.
Gas price update as predicts right up right now. You already got your coffee? Midnight to 81.9 liter at most GTA stations. That's the 680 News.
Dedicate the next fucking bit of the news, bad news to the best thing that's a gift because he owes you $4.
We all have a part in this. And regardless if what you do is considered essential, or you simply need to pick up a few essentials for your family, getting you there is important to us.
Talks big, almost had a bit too much.
We're taking the necessary safety measures to ensure our parts and service departments remain operational to keep you moving forward safely and reliably. Because if others depend on you can depend on us. Contact your local Toyota dealer or visit shoptoyota.ca for more information.
Weather forecast you can bank on, because if we're off by more than 3 degrees,
you can win our growing cash.
Oh yeah, I should go see if there's any garbage. Right.
680news.com.
No, I did that already. Yeah.
680 News Time 311.
Traffic and weather together. Carrie.
This report is brought to you by Roto-Rooter Emergency Services. Eastbound 401, the ramp to Jane Snow Parkway has reopened, so that emergency construction project was pretty quick on the ramp. Now, MTO is still reporting a lane blocked eastbound 401 at Jane Snow Parkway. The right lane closed for that construction, so it looks like traffic is moving well eastbound 401. Just watch out for another spot of construction as you head through Meadowvale and the Express. The left lane is closed there. Northbound on the 410, traffic spotters updating us that approaching Mayfield has cleared away. So thanks for the updates. Looks like a good drive on the northbound 410 heading into Brampton. Northbound on the 404, it's heavy from Highway 7 to 16th Avenue. That's where the left lane is closed for construction. Should be clearing soon, but just be prepared to hit the brakes northbound 404 as you head past Highway 7. Toronto bound on the QEW, it's jammed solid from just past Victoria to approaching Ontario Street in Beamsville. 2 left lanes are closed for construction. No word yet when it's going to wrap up, so plan an alternate route. And also watch out for road work Toronto bound on the QEW as you're approaching Eastport. The 2 left lanes are closed there. Westbound on the 401, just west of Salem, the left lane is closed for construction. And then west of Keele and the Collectors, the 2 left lanes are closed, but only a couple of minor delays in both of those areas. Roto-Rooter is fully prepared to continue to serve you in this difficult time. To help with any of your drain, plumbing, or disinfection needs, contact them 24/7 online at rotorooter.com. And now with the forecast, here's Natasha Ranzahai.
All right, Carrie, we're looking at partly cloudy skies this evening, but by tomorrow morning, we're back into just a few isolated showers out through the west end. 7 degrees is what we're going to wake up to. And if you didn't listen to me, didn't bring in the patio cushions, I didn't even listen to myself. You'll want to make sure you do it before 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, because that's when the heavier rain will be in place. It'll continue Wednesday night into Thursday morning. This is about 20 to 30 and even up to 40 millimeters. This morning, we had less than half a millimeter. Wednesday's high 13, and then Thursday, after that morning rain, we'll get into a couple of sunny breaks in the afternoon with a high of 15. Tonight, we're down to a low of 7 degrees. It is now 13 degrees at Pearson.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute, Richard Southern.
Hey, James, looking at a winning day on Bay Street. In fact, the TSX trading at its highest level in 7 weeks. It's up 200 points at 14,842, cutting that year-to-date loss by 12%. Well, Wall Street's been all over the map today. Opened higher, went lower. Right now, we got the Dow up 71 points, but 1/3% at 24,205. S&P up just 4 points. The Nasdaq
per 100.
Google's parent company
out of every 100.
Will report earnings after the closing bell. It's up 2% right now. The price for gold lower, but only by $1 at $1,722. Oil now moving a little bit higher at $12.80 the barrel. Canadian dollar, it's up to 71.5 cents US. Headlines, sports, more need-to-know news. It's next here on 680 News.
But these ones
in times like these, we could all use advice, especially when it comes to investing. Advice matters now more than ever. Speak to a financial advisor and learn more at dynamics.ca/advice.
Hi, Tom Rokicki here of Inline Fiberglass Windows and Doors. I am proud to be living and working here in the Greater Toronto area. All of us are so lucky and blessed to be part of this strong community, province, and country. At this time, I feel it is important to remind all our friends, family, and employees to keep an eye on one another, especially the most vulnerable.
Let's also come together in support of the heroes on the front lines. Together, we will get through this. Thank you.
Need something to watch? Binge away the boredom with City TV now. Where would you like to go? Full season.
I think I look more like this than I do the guy from the video game. Yeah, in my opinion.
We got a fire in there. From Chicago Wednesday to Family Guy, Modern Family to Mom, we've got what you're looking for. The Hudson and Rex. Good boy. City TV now. On demand. The City TV app and at citytv.com. Get it like now.
This is All News Radio, 680 News. Forecast in downtown Toronto and 13 degrees. Good afternoon from the 680 News Broadcast Center. I'm James Monroe.
I'm still Janet Simmons.
I'm counting how many nickels I saved.
Smiles from the federal government out today finds the death toll from COVID could approach 4,000 Canadians by next week. Chief Public Health Officer says the initial numbers underpredicted the impact of higher fatality rates in nursing homes. Martha Mutso could get a decision on his future today. The convicted drunk driver who killed 3 kids and their grandfather in a car crash in 2015, seeking parole for the second time at a hearing in Gravenhurst.
You know what I need? Hey, can we make it legal for me to buy a large coffee and a shot of whiskey or something at the same time? Like, they don't have to technically mix it for me. You know, is that the technicality? Or, then, how about if I swipe my driver's license in a machine and it
a couple weeks on the ice before
right to the line, and you, like the little plastic medicine cup, and you just chuck it in the clear recycling bag.
Maple Leafs defenseman spoke on a conference call. He
broke his hand during
a game back in mid-February. Elsewhere, Hockey Canada has decided to cancel this summer's Hlinka Gretzky Cup. The event serves as the first real scouting opportunity for the NHL draft.
I mean, you can put the machine somewhere and like tell people you got that 1-900 number.
Canceled along with the French second division. The country's
code, you go there pushing the code, and
all sporting events in France will not resume until at least September. And as for all the other nations in Europe, UEFA says they want an answer by May
1-900 is the way we originally paid for things with phones,
or be canceled. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour, or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590. This is 680 News.
David Jones here from Hire the Gardener. Yes, we're still open during COVID-19. The Gardener has put extreme measures in place to keep you and our staff safe, and are only providing contactless essential services. Just watch and wait for us through the window. With that in mind, help us honor a hero. Visit hirethegardener.com and nominate a frontline worker who could win free service this season. Help us thank the people keeping us safe. Visit hirethegardener.com.
The numbers are staggering. In Canada, on average, 2 employees are killed every day in work-related incidents. Many more are injured or become sick from hazardous substances. UA Local 853 Sprinkler Fitters of Ontario points out that April 28th is International Day of Mourning, a day to remember those killed or injured. On April 28th, let's pause to remember those lost or hurt while working and commit to a safer workplace. A message from the membership of UA Local 853 Sprinkler Fitters of Ontario. Visit ualocal853.org.
That's the 680 News. Ontario's health minister says the province must see a sustained downward trend of COVID cases to go ahead with the reopening of the economy. Christine Elliott says Ontario must follow the advice of medical professionals when it comes to lifting restrictions.
We need to see those numbers going down consistently. There may be blips in the system from time to time, but we definitely need, and Dr. Williams needs to see, a downward trend, not just a coincidence from day to day. It has to be a trend going downward.
In the reopening framework, the province says the chief medical officer will be looking for a consistent 2 to 4 week decrease in the number of new cases. The pandemic's hitting the bottom line of restaurants everywhere, with the ones deciding to stay open relying heavily on third-party.
Yeah, there's a train.
Plan of their own. It's apps like Uber Eats to the rescue to keep the cash flowing. But then over the weekend, it crashed, along with 10
can't rely on outsiders, foreign countries, and the last mile.
Then the restaurant business will be
be back in business.
But Mayor Tory isn't just looking to the future as we all are. He says his heart aches for the restaurant
Can you people please
business right
specify
now
if the phone numbers are showing us are cell phones or landlines, just so we know if we can text you or not?
DoorDash, I think, is one.
Yeah, some stores are telling us some aren't.
Commissions. The other companies seem not to.
There's no way to know if it's a landline. There's just no way to fucking know.
A contribution to the well-being of the very business they rely on.
Late last week, as problems with the app first surfaced, Uber Eats putting the blame on Google Maps, the server it uses to get drivers from point A to B. As it stands, Uber Eats charges commission between 20 and 30%. I'm Mitch Burke.
To the consumer or like
some U.S. states can open soon, but it seems theater operators aren't too eager to get back to business.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says movie theaters will be one of the businesses allowed to reopen this weekend, just not at full capacity, but the major chains will stay closed. AMC, Cinemark, Alamo Drafthouse, and more keeping doors shut in part because there just aren't big new movies to show, but also because they don't feel it's safe for staff or moviegoers. They say they need to train workers on new safety procedures and equipment, a process that could take a while. Movie theaters in Georgia were allowed to reopen Monday, also at limited capacity, but the chains remain closed there too, likely until studios put out new product, right now scheduled for July. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
And 680 News is here for you, trying to get answers to your questions. Many listeners have written in wanting to know if it's safe to get a coffee at a drive-thru. Toronto's medical officer of health had this to say about that.
The safety issues really revolve around establishing physical distancing. This is the most important thing. So to the extent that you're able to maintain physical distancing, trying to keep that 6-foot distance or 2-meter distance, that's really the safest thing. Of course, as we have spoken about many times at this table, where possible, stay home as much as possible.
You can get your questions answered as well. You can send us a direct message on Instagram or call the 680 News listener line at 416-872-6800. 680 News Time, 321. Traffic and weather together on the ones. Carrie Prunskis.
This report is brought to you by 407 ETR. I'm looking at a new problem on the westbound QEW. It's just past Winston Churchill. First off, this is where the left lane is closed for construction. So right at the start of this construction zone, we have a crash, and that's taking out the 2 center lanes. So all told, the westbound QEW west of Winston Churchill, it's just the ramp lane that's getting through. So as a result, it's jammed up as you approach Winston Churchill. And we also have a significant backup on the Toronto-bound QEW. It's jammed from just past Victoria to approaching Ontario Street. That's into the Beamsville area. 2 left lanes are closed. That's all for construction, so plan an alternate route. Eastbound on the 401, a bit busy as you head through James Snow Parkway. The right lane and the ramp lane are closed. That's emergency construction. And eastbound 401 as you head through Meadowvale in the Express. The left lane closed there for some road work. Northbound on the 404 at 16th Avenue, that construction has wrapped up. So it shouldn't take long for the delay to ease off, but it is still quite heavy on the northbound 404 from Highway 7 up to 16th Avenue. I would expect by the next time I do my report, that backup is going to be gone. A good drive on the northbound 400 from the 401 all the way up to the Barrie area, not spotting any problems. If you're getting around on city streets, Don Mills, that's reduced to a single lane in both directions at the DVP. That's for construction. It's scheduled through the rest of the week, so a bit busy in that area as well. 407 ETR thanks you for continuing to follow social distancing rules. Together we can beat the COVID-19 virus. 407etr.com. And now with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
All right, so Carrie, we're going to be dry through this evening and then increasing cloud while we sleep tonight, waking up to 7 degrees and a few isolated showers out through the west end. For most of the GTA, it's going to be a dry start to Wednesday up until about 3 p.m. or so, give or take an hour. That's the start time for the more persistent and heavier rainfall. It will be heavy at times Wednesday night, the high tomorrow 13 degrees. In fact, from Wednesday 3 p.m. to Thursday 3 p.m., that 24-hour period could be almost a half a month's worth of rainfall. So it's a soaker. Thursday afternoon, we get some sunny breaks with a high of 15, and then still some showers to deal with, especially Friday morning. The afternoon should be drier with a high of 15. Highs this weekend, 17 to 18 degrees. Overnight tonight, we're down to a low of 7 degrees. Right now, we're sitting at 13 degrees at Pearson.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, the Chief Public Health Officer says the initial numbers underpredicted the impact of higher fatality rates in nursing homes due to COVID. We're going through the latest data, and Marco Muzzo could get a decision on his future today. The latest straight ahead.
This is 680 News.
I'm here with Bill Coy of Coy Brothers, and we're talking about that all for nothing frickin' part that just broke.
Easy there, pal. This is a family business.
Sorry, Bill, but do you know what it's like when you put in a hard day's work and one of your pieces of equipment breaks?
I've been there. And that's why you can now purchase genuine Echo, Kubota, and Toro equipment parts online from Coy Brothers.
Parts like belts and filters, spark plugs, starters, and more?
You bet. And we ship fast.
Put a part in your cart at
KOOYBROS.com.
You're listening
to 680 News.
This is 680 News. Well, Italy is not even close to reopening for tourists, but the mayor of Venice is inviting people to see what he's calling spectacular moments. As a result of shutdowns to contain the spread, Venetians have seen octopi in the Grand Canal and a return of fish because the water is so much cleaner. The mayor is asking the government for financial help with the tourism-dependent city due to fall short of its usual 30 million visitors. Coming up in 60 seconds, the second market action of the week from the home office. Richard Southern is next.
680 News Time, 3:25.
You'll always be the first to know.
breaking news when it happens.
680 News.
Hi, it's Tony Chapman, host of the podcast Chatter That Matters. Thanks to the incredible support of RBC, we're focusing on the heart of the Canadian economy, small businesses. Lisa Taylor creates Challenge Factory to answer this question.
What is the mental health aspect of coming into a job knowing it's not exactly what you want to be doing, but feeling like you have to keep at it?
Challenge Factory becomes a successful research-based consultancy, helping clients create productive and purposeful cultures. And then COVID-19 arrives.
What's going to happen next month? Do I have the funds? Can I pay my people?
Our experts arrive with advice for Lisa and for all of us. Download Chatter That Matters wherever you get your podcasts. And thanks again to RBC for your support of Small Business Matters.
680 News Time, 3:26.
Now, 680 Business Report, it's Richard Southern.
So, James, they're saying we're using less cash now amid the lockdown. Is that true for you, do you think?
I'm trying to spend it. I can't even spend it. No one will take it.
No one wants your money. It's no good here.
My money's no good here.
No, but it's true. ATM withdrawals have plummeted 60% under lockdown. That's from this time compared to last year, down 60%. Those that are going to the ATM, though, we're taking out more cash per trip. The average withdrawal now said to be around $100, up some $25 from this time last year. A whopping 75% of people in the survey said they are using less cash now. 54% said they're avoiding it and using alternative payment methods. More than 3/4 say they think the coronavirus crisis will affect how they use cash in the future. They say they're going to use more contactless payments. They're going to shop online more. Still, 14% said they are keeping some more dollar bills around the house just in case of an emergency. All right, meantime, experts are looking at how the office may change in the future because of the COVID-19 outbreak, and they say the office of the future could look an awful lot like the office of the past. You know, for years, offices have crammed more employees into smaller spaces while creating open and collaborative atmospheres. That's likely to change. Gone could be the shared desks. More employees may get their own office workspace, although experts say they may be prevented from leaving personal items on their desk so cleaning crews can do a more diligent job. Experts say also look in the future for wider corridors, for better air filtration in the office, for touchless elevator buttons, and for video conferencing in the office to avoid the conference room. So you don't have everyone sitting around that conference table. All right, on to the markets now. We got just over half an hour left of the trading day, and we got a winner on Bay Street here. The TSX is up 201 points. That's a gain of 1.4%. We're at 14,851. That's a 7-week high for the Toronto stock market, cutting its year-to-date loss to 12.1%. A fairly broad-based gain today. We're actually looking at energy stocks doing all right. Oil reversing an earlier drop. It's at $12.65. On Wall Street, the Dow was up 86 points, 1/3% to 24,220. S&P is up just 2 points right now. The Nasdaq's down 64. Google will be reporting earnings after the closing bell. Its parent company Alphabet will. That stock's down 2.7% right now. We'll have those earnings for you when they come out after the closing bell today. The Canadian dollar moving higher. It's up to 71.5 cents U.S. Top stories next on 680 News.
To the nurses and doctors who doubled their shifts. To those wiping down every surface and keeping us safe, those who keep the lights on and the food coming, to all frontline and emergency workers, Subaru dealers salute you. In fact, while we continue to provide essential services to all Subaru customers, we'll drop everything to put you first. Simply visit us online, because that's how we'll safely plan every appointment. From your Ontario Subaru dealers, let's all stay safe.
Attention homeowners, Sabres Mortgage is offering deferred or prepaid payments on new first, second, and third mortgages based solely on sufficient home equity, despite income or credit to help in these difficult times. Apply in just 3 minutes at sabres.ca. That's S-A-V, like Victor, E-R-S.ca.
Count on Sabres Mortgage, 493-1983. The problem solvers.
Apply anytime at sabres.ca or call 416-493-1983. License 10587.
It's 3:30.
Number one for news in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Here are Sledgena Dominzik and James Monroe. Good afternoon. This is Tuesday, the 28th of April.
Here's what's making news right now.
New predictions show Canada could have as many as 67,000 COVID-19 cases in 1 week's time and as many as 3,900 deaths.
Most of Ontario's hospital resources have been turned over to COVID-19 care.
Thousands of lives were saved.
But delaying surgeries by the tens of thousands may have resulted in patients dying.
A collector of RCMP memorabilia. That's among the new information we're learning about the Nova Scotia gunman behind Canada's deadliest mass shooting.
Marco Muzzo, the man who drove drunk, killing 3 children and a grandfather in 2015, will have his second parole hearing today. The children's mother, Jennifer Neville Lake, will get to make a victim impact statement over the phone.
NHL Board of Governors signing off on player development agreements for the 2021 campaign. And the latest on if we're going to get a baseball season this year. Sports 45.
Just like real life, a virtual rate cut in the game Animal Crossing has Nintendo gamers fleeing into riskier assets. In the more realistic markets, the TSX is up more than 200 points. Business at 56.
News time, 3:31.
Traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carrie Prunskis. We still have this problem on the westbound QEW west of Winston Churchill. The left lane is closed for construction and the 2 center lanes are blocked with a collision. So only one lane is getting through, and it's the ramp lane coming from Winston Churchill onto the westbound QEW that's open. So westbound QEW, it's jammed solid from just west of Erin Mills to west of Winston Churchill. I would suggest bailing off the westbound QEW at Erin Mills and take North Sheridan Way instead and then rejoin at Winston Churchill. Also a significant delay on the Toronto-bound QEW. It's jammed from just past Victoria to approaching Ontario Street. That's heading into Beamsville. 2 left lanes are closed for roadwork, so plan an alternate route there as well. Eastbound on the 401, a bit busy as you approach James Snow Parkway. The right lane and the ramp lane are closed. That's emergency construction. Past this issue, though, the eastbound 401 is in great shape. Just watch out for construction at Meadowvale and the Express. Crews have the left lane closed there. And construction is in the process of clearing westbound on the 401, west of Keele and the Collectors. The 2 left lanes are still shut down, but crews are just picking up the pylons. So it's jammed up on the westbound 401 as you approach Keele and the Collectors to just west of it. And now with a look at the forecast, here's Natasha Ranza. Hi.
Well, Carrie, I think we're done with the precipitation for today. It's going to be partly cloudy this evening. Overnight, more cloud cover as we drop to a low of 7 degrees. Now, if you live up through the escarpment, you may see a few morning showers. But otherwise, tomorrow is a dry start to the day with some sunny breaks. After 3 p.m., watch for that rain. It's going to turn heavy at times come Wednesday night. It's also gusty off the lake with a high of 13 degrees. Tonight, we're down to that low of 7 degrees. Right now, it is 13 degrees at Pearson.
This is 680 News.
Canada's top doctor says modeling of the spread of COVID-19 in this country from a few weeks ago is off as officials fail to factor in the situation in long-term care homes.
680's Irene Prekla tells us a higher number of cases and deaths is expected this time next week.
The predictions show 1 week from today, Canada could have as many as 67,000 confirmed cases and up to 3,900 deaths. But Dr. Teresa Tam, Canada's chief public health officer, says the growth rate is slowing.
Last time I presented this graph to you, Canada's confirmed case count was doubling every 3 to 5 days. At this time, the number of cases is doubling at a rate of every 16 days.
Tam says the initial models released earlier this month underpredicted the number of deaths. She says with a large number of outbreaks in long-term care homes, there has been a higher fatality rate. 95% of people who have died have been 60 and older. Tam also says it's important to not lift restrictions too soon. I'm Irene Precklett. New numbers from the University Health Network suggest dozens of people with heart issues likely died waiting for elective surgeries that were postponed during the pandemic. 6 Cities' Mark Douglas joins us live with the latest on that. Mark.
So, Jana, surgeries delayed by the tens of thousands in the name of freeing up hospital resources for COVID-19 patients, that may have led to patients dying. Minister of Health Christine Elliott saying that in reaction to new numbers that have come out on this topic.
The decisions were made by medical personnel based on a pandemic plan that had been drawn up many years ago.
Elliott points to new modeling numbers specifically from University Health Network that show 35 cardiac surgery patients alone may have died because that surgery was delayed. Now, Ontario's top doctor, Dr. David Williams, is pointing out that these modeling numbers are just a model. It's not real-time data, and that any doctor in Ontario can still go ahead and say, yes, we need to do this or that surgery right now. Elliott says any death related to COVID-19 is a tragedy, and she will not call a death from a delayed surgery collateral damage. And she defends the provincial government's decision to devote so much hospital resource to the pandemic.
Because of the space that was created in our hospitals and the decisions that were made to make sure that we had enough acute care and critical care beds and ventilators available for people with COVID-19, that thousands of lives were saved there.
The Financial Accountability Office of Ontario today saying almost 53,000 surgeries have already been delayed in Ontario in just the last 6 weeks alone, and it'll be more than 12,000 surgeries delayed each week. The pandemic continues from here on in. Reporting live, I'm Mark Douglas.
This is 680 News. Chilling new details emerging today from the investigation into the mass shooting in Nova Scotia that left 22 people dead. 680's Michelle Mackey tells us a gunman apparently had multiple police replica vehicles and uniforms. Michelle.
Yeah, James, we're learning more this hour about the actions of the gunman and the scope of the investigation. The RCMP says investigators have identified 435 witnesses and interviewed roughly half of them. A number of them told officers that it was widely known the Nova Scotia gunman had an interest in the RCMP and collected memorabilia, including uniforms and cruisers.
I collect RCMP horse quarters. It doesn't mean I'm playing in my video game shooting cops. It doesn't mean that I'm thinking of doing the carjacking with the GTA 5.
How he acquired these items is not yet known, though officers know it is possible to purchase them online. Witnesses also say he had a number of police vehicles, all 4 of which are former models of cruisers obtained in auctions over the past year. The replica vehicle used during the attack is believed to have been obtained last fall and then equipped with a light bar and decals. How those were obtained, police only say they have made progress, but cannot yet release that specific information.
Tape, isn't it?
Reporting live,
it's essentially reflective duct tape, right?
An historic meeting of members of the House of Commons today for the first time ever. Members of Parliament gathered virtually for a special meeting to debate the response to COVID-19. This type of online gathering of members of Parliament has never happened before.
I'd be more stunned if you had a Toronto Ghost car.
On to make virtual political history. The Zoom meeting was like an extended question period with MPs like UDP's Daniel Blakey challenging Prime Minister Justin Trudeau over his response to this pandemic and help for the elderly.
Canadian and seniors expect your government to be announcing direct financial assistance. We are working on getting the support for seniors that they need.
The government also facing questions about supplies of personal protective equipment and the speed of its lockdowns. But this new online format also had a lot of this.
To oil and gas royalty reductions and price instability.
Yeah, a lot of tech glitches, but luckily no cats, kids, or spouses accidentally walking in front of the cameras. Cormac makes 20 Parliament Hill.
This is 680 News. The second parole hearing for convicted drunk driver Marco Muzzo is happening this afternoon. 680's Moment Crutchy joins us with the latest moment.
James Marco Muzzo pleading guilty to drunk driving and killing 3 young children and a grandfather back in 2015. He has served out about 5 years of a 10-year sentence so far. He had his second parole board hearing today. He was denied parole last year. Now, Jennifer Neville Lake, the mother of the 3 young children and the daughter of the man who was killed, initially wasn't going to be allowed to speak victim impact statement because of the restrictions put on by the pandemic. However, she was able to make that victim impact statement over the phone today. Now, we believe that the hearing has wrapped up, but we still don't have any word on whether a decision on Mutso's parole will come down today or whether that will take some days before we get that finalized. We'll try to bring you those details once we have them. Reporting live, I'm Owen Qureshi.
This is 680 News. In the U.S., more than 1 million people have now tested positive for COVID-19. It's about a third of all confirmed cases around the world, according to data from Johns Hopkins University. More than 57,000 people have died in the U.S. in what experts say is only the beginning of a months-long battle to end this pandemic.
Meantime, the U.S. top infectious disease expert says there could be another big outbreak of the coronavirus in the fall if precautions are not taken. Dr. Anthony Fauci says we have a limited time to enact countermeasures to prevent a new wave of the virus after the summer.
If by that time we have put into place all of the countermeasures that you need to address this, we should do reasonably well. If we don't do that successfully, we could be in for a bad fall and a bad winter.
Fauci says the key to lowering the spread of the virus is identifying, isolating, and contact tracing new cases in an effective and efficient way.
The U.S. government is asking manufacturers of hand sanitizer to make it taste worse.
Yes, people are actually drinking hand sanitizer, something you absolutely should not do. Calls to the U.S. National Poison Center increased 79% year-on-year this March. One of the many cases involved a 13-year-old who drank hand sanitizer that was made by a distillery and packaged in a liquor bottle. The U.S. FDA is asking manufacturers to make hand sanitizer less appealing to the taste buds by using something called denatured alcohol, which tastes very bitter. Experts say hand sanitizer is not actually proven to treat COVID-19 and certainly is never meant for ingestion. I'm Richard Southern.
This is 680 News.
Now the 680 News gas price update, and for predicting the price will drop a cent at midnight to just under 82 cents a liter.
How much money would you like to save just by doing something you're already doing? 15 or 25%? How about 30%? With Allstate, safe drivers can save 30% just by doing something they're already doing. Driving safe. That's right, 30% just by driving safe. Visit allstate.ca or call a local agent for a quote today.
Denatured alcohol.
See just how much you can save when you drive safe with Allstate.
Search Save 30% with Allstate for more information. Terms and conditions apply.
341.
Traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carrie Prunskis. This report is brought to you by CAMH Foundation. We have a couple of issues affecting the eastbound 401. The eastbound 401, as you're approaching Jamestown Parkway, the right lane and the ramp lane are closed, and this is for emergency construction, and we're just getting an update from the MTO that they've now blocked off the ramp to Jamestown Parkway as part of this project. So the eastbound 401 is slow going as you approach James Snow, and also a delay eastbound 401 from Islington and the Express onto the 400. On the ramp to the northbound 400, it's after the Express and Collector ramps merge. Looks like we have a stalled vehicle on the right shoulder, so use extra caution taking this ramp. It gets a little bit bunched up, and then there is that delay from Islington and the Express. But it looks like that construction in the east end through Meadowvale and the Express, that's all wrapped up. I can see traffic moving quite freely once you're past the 400 on the eastbound 401. Westbound on the 401, west of Kiel in the Collectors, that construction is in the process of clearing out of the two left lanes, so it's heavy as you approach Kiel in the Collectors. And on the westbound QEW, west of Winston Churchill, the left lane remains closed for construction, but that collision that was in that construction zone has cleared away. So delays are gradually improving, but it's still a slow drive westbound QEW from Erin Mills to west of Winston Churchill. And a heads up, Toronto bound on the QEW, it's jammed through Niagara. Approaching Ontario Street and Beamsville, the two left lanes are closed for road work. That backup starts just past Victoria. If the stress of the COVID-19 pandemic is taking a toll on your mental health, CAMH has resources to help you through this. Visit camh.ca/COVID-19. And now with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai. All right, Carrie, temperatures are still seasonal or even slightly above. So we're going down to 7 degrees tonight with increasing cloud. A pretty dry evening here ahead of us. And then tomorrow after about 2-3 p.m., this is when the majority of this rain is going to come straight out of the Gulf of Mexico. It's about 20 to 30, even up to 40 millimeters from Wednesday afternoon through to Thursday afternoon. The high tomorrow, 13 degrees. Late day Thursday, even a couple of sunny breaks in there. That'll help bump us up to 15 degrees with more showers for Thursday night, Friday morning, Friday night, and even Saturday morning. Overnight tonight, we're down to a low of 7 degrees. It is currently 13 degrees at Pearson.
This just into 680 News. The second parole hearing for convicted drunk driver Marco Muzzo is just wrapped up. 680's Moment Qureshi joins us live with the latest. Moment.
Yeah, that's right, Jessica. It looks like there's several reports coming in that Muzzo has been granted day parole. He, of course, pleaded guilty to driving drunk and killing 3 young children back in 2015, as well as a grandfather. Now, we have heard from Jennifer Neville Lake. She is the mother of those 3 children, Daniel, Harry, and Millie, and her father was also the one that was killed. She says no matter what happens today, Daniel, Harry, and Millie don't get to come back home. My dad isn't coming home to my mom. Nothing changes for me. If you wrote a community statement for my family, thank you for doing so. So that's coming down just now. According to several reports, Marco Muzzo granted day parole. He originally was sentenced to 10 years, was only going to serve 9 because of some time served already. His sentence would have wrapped up another 5 years from now, but he has now been granted day parole. We'll have more on this as the afternoon continues. Reporting live, I'm Moment Qureshi.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute. Here's Richard.
James, the TSX is up 162 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average gains 58. The Canadian dollar is 71.5 cents US. This is 680 News.
Research shows that investors who work with an advisor accumulate 3.9 times more assets than those who don't. Advice matters now more than ever. Learn more at dynamic.ca/advice.
The early bird deadline for the Princess Margaret Home Lottery is in 3 days. Don't miss our world-famous $1.5 million early bird prize. Nothing with over 3,000 square feet of luxury, it comes fully furnished, complete with dock. All this could be yours, along with $30,000 cash. Don't wait. The early bird deadline is just 3 days away. Tickets at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
I'm gonna want to stay inside, bro.
The safety of those around you is more important than ever. The Government of Canada has stated that the use of a non-medical mask or facial covering can be an additional measure you can take to protect others around you. It's important we keep the supply of medical masks for frontline healthcare workers. CanadaMaskSupply.ca offers personal, non-medical masks and face shields at reasonable prices. Proudly made in Canada for Canadians. Buy non-medical masks and face shields now at CanadaMaskSupply.ca.
Happening now, Mayor Tory holding his daily COVID-19 briefing. Let's listen in live. This is 680 News.
Today we remember and honor all of those who were killed, injured, or who suffered illness due to workplace-related hazards and incidents. We also hold in our thoughts, of course, all of the families and the friends and the colleagues who've consequently been affected by such workplace tragedies. In commemoration of all those who lost their lives due to workplace-related hazards or incidents, we have lowered the Canadian flag in Nathan Phillips Square, and we have dimmed the Toronto sign. This year, we, as part of this day, recognize the frontline workers confronting COVID-19, a pandemic unlike anything we've seen in our lifetime, and the need for us to remain steadfast in our commitment to ensuring the health and safety of the workers involved in helping us fight that virus. In addition to the historic loss of life and injuries experienced by workers generally, we also mourn today the workers who have lost their lives to COVID-19 as they fought to protect the health of our community and to save lives, just as we honor those who have fallen ill with COVID-19 as a result of their work on the job caring for us. Preventing workplace deaths and injuries and diseases can only be achieved if we collectively focus our efforts on creating safe and healthy workplaces through prevention, education, and communication. The health and safety of all of our staff is of the utmost importance. I want to stress that divisions across the city are working tirelessly and have been throughout to protect worker health and safety throughout so many different workplaces across the city. The Emergency Operations Center remains diligently focused on ensuring that our
the emergency ops
who serve our most vulnerable residents in long-term care homes and in our shelter system have the personal protective equipment that they need to keep themselves and others around them safe and healthy. I'm proud of the work that the city is doing to protect workers from the risks that they face simply by doing the important work that they do. It is critical that we continue to do as much as we can to keep our workplaces as safe as possible, because it is the right thing to do, but also in memory of all those who've tragically lost their lives while just doing their jobs. One thing that the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us is that it is more important than ever to have access to reputable health information and vital services online. And that as we try to keep our physical distance from others, it has shown us as well that we need to be more connected electronically. Technology is now crucial to connecting with loved ones, working remotely, getting an education, and for that matter, staying healthy. As you know, we have been encouraging Torontonians to stay home as much as possible. For those without regular access to the internet, this can be extremely difficult, and it can even be harmful to their overall well-being. Adding to that difficulty, our libraries and community centers, many of them where people often access the internet, are completely closed to the general public to stop the spread of COVID-19. Yep. We're happy to announce that in partnership with some technology and telecommunications companies, the City of Toronto has been able to coordinate free temporary internet access for many vulnerable Torontonians, including residents in lower income neighborhoods, seniors in long-term care homes, and clients in many city-operated shelters. I would like to highlight a few of these projects and the partners involved.
Bluetooth, and pacemaker.
To provide free internet to low-income neighborhoods, the city received generous donations to connect 25 residential apartment buildings with temporary free internet access. The first buildings in low-income communities will begin receiving this access early next month. And I'd like to acknowledge Cisco Canada for providing hundreds of permanent mobile access points, as well as Onyx Canada, BAI Canada, and Beanfield MetroConnect for providing installation, servicing, and maintenance needs. I'd also like to thank Civic Tech Community for volunteer labor, and lastly, Bell Canada for providing free access in up to 10 of those low-income buildings so as to ensure that all users can access this service. To prevent the spread of COVID-19 in city-operated long-term care homes, visits from family and friends were suspended, and the Wi-Fi-enabled common rooms were closed. The city's Technology Services Division has recently expanded free 24/7 Wi-Fi access for seniors living in these homes. These new Wi-Fi hotspots in the long-term care residences will allow residents to practice physical distancing while at the same time staying connected to friends and to family to help alleviate the feelings of social isolation that many of them are experiencing. Rogers is donating free Wi-Fi for 3 months to 4 permanent City of Toronto shelter locations and has also installed free Wi-Fi in 5 temporary shelter locations to help facilitate physical distancing during the pandemic period. This will ensure that there is coverage throughout the shelter to allow those experiencing homelessness to access important online supports and services. And finally, through a partnership between the city, TELUS Mobility for Good program, the Toronto Police Service, the United Way of Greater Toronto, and LEAD community service providers, eligible vulnerable Torontonians have received a cell phone, data plan, or a SIM card free of charge to help stay connected during the time of the pandemic and to access mental health and other crisis services during this difficult time.
This is a
These resources were distributed through Focus Toronto service agencies and the Toronto Mental Health Support Plan to their clients based on their assessment of need. I'm very proud of the collaboration that went into making all of this work possible. And again, I want to thank each of these technology and telecommunications partners for stepping up and providing their services to help those most in need. These are exactly the kinds of partnerships that I want to see the city putting together during and after the pandemic. And it should be noted that these partnerships are coming together and new services are being provided at what I've called wartime speed. Right now, the city is doing everything it can as a municipal government to help people with the assistance of the private sector, the not-for-profit sector, and individual residents, many of whom are volunteering across the city. I've said throughout this crisis that we're all in this together, and this is one more example that proves that. Technology, now more than ever, is helping us to stick together and to stay connected and to fight COVID-19. I'm confident we will win this fight, and we'll make sure that our city comes out stronger than ever, more connected than ever, and more focused on helping each other than ever. And now it is my privilege to introduce Dr. Arlene Davila, our Medical Officer of Health, for her report for today.
Thank you, Mayor Tory, and good afternoon, everyone. For today's update, as of 11 o'clock this morning, there are 5,128 people infected with COVID-19 in Toronto. This includes 4,647 confirmed and 481 probable cases. We have 319 people in hospital and 109 in intensive care units. In total, we have lost 305 Torontonians to this virus. On behalf of my team, I extend deepest sympathies to those who have lost loved ones and send well wishes to those who are sick and recovering from this illness.
I'm sick in the head. Could you write me
I've updated you on these numbers every day for the past several weeks. However, we must remember when we reflect on these numbers that they represent our friends, our family members, and our loved ones. There isn't a moment of any day that goes by that I don't think about this. I also worry about how everyone is coping through these extremely difficult times. I think about this at the end of every day. I know that these circumstances are stressful, and I am mindful of the toll that this situation is having on families throughout our city. Yesterday, I shared some simple measures we can all follow to promote and preserve mental health and resilience. Today, I thought it would be helpful to share some information to help children cope through this pandemic.
Wow.
COVID-19 has changed all of our lives. It is a very challenging time for children, some of whom might not understand reasons for school closures and other physical distancing measures. Understandably, many are feeling anxious or worried. For our children, being at home right now feels different from your regular weekend or vacation. They no longer have the freedom to see their friends or to go outside when they want to. Children look to us as trusted adults to find out how to deal with new situations. And they also respond to stress they may be experiencing in different ways. There are some simple things we can do to help children cope during these stressful and uncertain times. Keep up healthy habits and routines as much as possible, or create new ones that include learning. Provide facts about what is happening and give clear information in an age-appropriate way. Listen to concerns, acknowledge their feelings, and provide reassurance. Help children to understand the importance of hand washing and think about making it fun for younger kids by singing a song.
Oh, yeah.
And explain physical distancing measures.
Wash your fucking hands.
Children
Damn
in
it.
phone calls and video calls with your loved
Get your
ones.
fish stick.
It is also important that we remind our children that they have an important role to play in reducing the spread of COVID-19 by
I'll send you
staying
back to
home.
your mom's house, your other mom's
When
house.
you stay home
Fuck you
as much as
too.
possible, you are helping to keep our city healthy and those that take care of us safe. Thank you to everyone in our city who is doing their part to help get our city back.
Yeah.
We can't
Bobby's
do
mom
this
called. It said
without
chipped
you.
all his lunch money.
So please
Good job.
continue to stay home, stay safe, and take care of each other. I'll now hand it over to Chief Pegg.
Thank you, Dr. Davila, and good afternoon. As a city, we continue to provide the essential and critical services that our residents both need and rely on each and every day in Toronto. All aspects of EOC operations continue to operate 7 days per week, ensuring that both critical and essential services are being provided without interruption.
We're going to hear the R&B.
I'm proud of every member of our City of Toronto team who continues to work hard in support of our residents each day. This morning, I met with Mr. Saad Rafi, who, as you know, is now leading the city's recovery and rebuild office. While as a city, we are still very much working our way through the response to COVID-19, our teams are connecting proactively and will work together in collaboration as we plan for the transition from response to recovery. In my role as the COVID-19 incident commander, I will ensure that our EOC and associated COVID-19 response teams remain directly connected with Mr. Rafi's teams, such that a well-coordinated transition to recovery is achieved. From an operational perspective, our personal protective equipment levels remain stable, and our team continues to work hard to source the equipment that we will need on a go-forward basis. I am pleased to report that we have taken delivery of 50,000, that's 50,000, additional face shields that are now being tested and evaluated before being placed into inventory. An additional 150,000 face shields are also expected to arrive in Toronto over the next 2 weeks. In closing, I also want to acknowledge and thank every resident, business owner, and everyone in our city who is being impacted as we do our very best to stop the spread of COVID-19. We are truly all in this together. As always, I remind everyone that toronto.ca/COVID-19 is the best source for reliable and timely information on COVID-19 in Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We'll go to questions. Reporters on the line, please remember 2 questions each. And we also have on the line Marianne Bedard from Shelter Support and Housing and Paul Raftis from our Senior Services and Long-Term Care. First question is to Chanel Call from CP24. Chanel?
Hi there, Mayor. Thanks for taking my question. I want to ask you about some new data that Minister Christine Elliott referenced today. That shows 35 people may have died because they couldn't get the cardiac surgeries that they needed, so that hospital beds could be left open for potential COVID patients. Just wondering what your response to this is. And of course, given that Toronto has so many major medical centers, will you be pushing the Premier to begin offering those surgeries once again soon?
That question was directed to me?
That's right.
It was to me? Yes, sir. I think obviously these are very difficult decisions to be made in a situation that was unpredictable with regard to the course that this virus has taken, and it's not finished yet. Obviously, they will make those decisions, meaning the people in charge of the Ministry of Health and the hospital system in Ontario, based on what is their best judgment at any given point in time. And so I haven't been a particular advocate with respect to those matters because they don't fall within our domain, but I'm sure they're making decisions based on what is in the best interest of all of the patients that they have to serve, whether they be COVID-19 or anybody else.
Happening now, you've been listening to an update from city officials on the fight against the spread. The latest numbers, more than 5,000 confirmed COVID cases in Toronto, and a total now 305 people dying in the city. This is 680 News.
Breaking news from the parole board. Convicted drunk driver Marco Muzzo has been granted day parole after serving just over 4 years of a 10-year sentence. 680's Momin Qureshi joins us with the latest. Momin.
Yeah, that decision just coming down in the last few minutes. Legit.
I told you I would give you 40 cents on the dollar.
The mother of the 3 young children who were killed, Daniel, Millie, and Harrison, as well as her father, Gary Neville, killed in that crash when Marco Muzzo drove drunk back in September of 2015. She put out a statement just now saying, no matter what happened today, Daniel, Harry, and Millie don't get to come back home. My dad isn't coming home to my mom. Nothing changes for me. If you wrote a community statement for my family, thank you for doing your best. I know I did my best. My family's killer, drunk driver Marco Michael Muzzo, has been granted day parole. Now, that is from Jennifer Neville Lake herself, putting that out on social media in just the last few minutes. Neville Lake was able to make a victim impact statement today via the telephone because of the restrictions put in by the COVID pandemic. Muzzo was pleaded guilty to the drunk driving charges back in 2016. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but really ultimately only ended up serving close to 5 of that. He has now been granted day parole. Reporting live, I'm Mohamed Qureshi.
This is 680 News. The RCMP in Nova Scotia this afternoon updating their investigation into the worst mass killing in Canadian history. 680's Michelle Mackey joins us live with the latest on some of these stunning findings. Michelle.
Well, James, RCMP Superintendent Darren Campbell says officers have identified more than 400 witnesses, and a number of them noted the Nova Scotia gunman was a collector of RCMP memorabilia.
We now know that on April 18th and 19th, the gunman wore parts of an authentic RCMP uniform, including a shirt and pants with a yellow stripe. We also